Out here. It's actually great to see each other because many of us are working from home and distanced, and so it's just great to actually see smiling faces. And it's wonderful, Chris, to have you here with us this evening. So Chris Iverson is the pastor at the Nampa Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I have the opportunity to get to pray and communicate with Chris on a monthly basis, and I so appreciate his heart for our community and leadership. And so Chris is going to open us in prayer, and then will you do the pledge following?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmen, Councilwomen, thank you for the opportunity to be here to invite God's presence as decisions are made for our community this evening. Let's pray together. Father in heaven, Lord, thank you so much for your love. Thank you for your blessings. Lord, thank you for being with our city and our city leaders over the last number of months as we're in this pandemic. Lord, thank you for the wisdom that we've seen thus far. We ask that you will continue to be with our city leaders and give them wisdom, give them health. And Lord, we ask your presence this evening in this meeting as decisions are made for our city. We pray that wise decisions will be made, that they will benefit our community, all of those members of our community. Lord, just bless this time that we have together this evening. Those who are watching virtually, be with them as well. Thank you that they could join us this evening. We love you, Lord. We thank you for your blessings. We look forward to what you will do here this evening. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So Chris, as you're there, we've had some wonderful discussions about COVID, and you sent an amazing letter to your church. And I just really appreciated that letter. And, as a pastor, people talk about the city and how divisive it is, but you as a pastor have found it challenging, right? Also.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's division in the church just like there's in the city. And we have to try to find a way to love each other in the midst of this and agree even when we disagree. And in the church, it's been a significant challenge, just like it's been in the city. And we have people on both sides of every issue, just as we do in the city. And it's been challenging. But I've just tried to encourage our church family to love each other, to understand and respect each other, and to do the best we can to be the hands and feet of Christ in this community.
Thank you for that message. I appreciate it. And you actually gave that right around the election time, because the election also, there was so much.
It was the day of the election. It was that afternoon. I don't tend to get involved in divisive matters. I try to stay as neutral as possible in whatever circumstance, but it was laid on my heart that afternoon that I needed to send something out to the church family.
Well, thank you for doing so, and thank you for being a part of bringing all the churches together to pray for our community. So your leadership is appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
and thank
much,
you for being here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And you don't have to stay. Just know that you can. You can. Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Hutchins? Levi?
Present.
Overfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
Thank you. So we do have a proposed amendment to the agenda. It's just a minor one, and it's moving item number 521 up to 55 on the agenda. We have some guests that are going to be speaking to the council this evening, and I realized that we didn't want to make them wait till the very end. So staff gets to wait till the very end, but you guys are always here anyway, so thank you so much to our staff. So we're going to move 521 will become 55 on the agenda. And I'm not aware, unless I'm forgetting any other changes, I'm not aware of any other changes. Council, do you have any amendments to the agenda? Yes.
I think they're taking off 18 and 19.
Okay, so I think I've missed that somewhere, but thank you. So we're removing item 518, which is the domestic electrical upgrades. Is that correct? And then 19 is the irrigation electrical upgrades. Both of those are coming off. Okay, perfect. I would assume we'll move those to a future agenda and shorten the meeting. There we go. Okay, thank you. So with those three amendments to the agenda, if there are no others, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the proposed amendments?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd move that we approve the agenda with the mentioned changes.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci, Levi.
Yes.
We do not have any proclamations this evening, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Nampa residents wishing to speak on the agenda and for a 3-minute limit. And Debbie, I think, do you have someone signed up for that?
Matt Costi.
Matt Costi, disaster cleanup. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Matt Costi at 7328 East Nottingham Lane here in Nampa. And first, I want to congratulate everybody for the merging of the fire district and fire department. That's a big deal. And I live here, so good job. Quick history of what brings us here today. A few years ago, the fire department had asked our company if we would want to be involved in a board up rotation with the city. At that time, we declined. We just didn't have the manpower, we didn't have the vehicles, we didn't have the capacity overall, and it's a loss. There's a monetary loss to us, upfront costs, and excuse me. Every time there's a call, there's potential for more loss. Since then, we have grown in size, capabilities, capacity, and we have more community involvement items that we want to pursue, and this is one of them. So the purpose of our visit tonight is to bring the discussion of board up rotation back on the table. We understand that the merger, there was a lot on the plate for the fire department and for the city in general, the New Year's coming, et cetera. Let's see, where am I? Okay. So after the new year, we hope to be able to work with any departments that would be involved and bring a program in front of the council to be considered. And we'll be happy to work with any departments that would want to join us in that. So what board up teams do, when the 911 dispatch center gets called, they send the proper amount of gear, items, equipment, whatever may be necessary. It might be fire crews, paramedics, law enforcement, dog catchers, et cetera. In a scenario of a fire, we believe that a board up team would also qualify for a call from the dispatch crew. What we do is it's a rapid response team. They provide a level of security for the property owner and minimize potential hazards to the community. The exposed openings are secured with plywood or appropriate materials, and we put up fencing if necessary. We also have the ability to shore up compromised structures to make it safe for investigators. The city, the fire department, or the property owner are never billed for this service. We only bill the insurance company, and if there is not an insurance company to bill, we absorb the costs as a company. Excuse me. It's very similar. An example that we like to use is for tow trucks. When there's an accident on the freeway, send the police and paramedics, and there's also a tow truck company that goes. They're vetted, they're qualified, and then they get approved by the city council, and they show up as needed. We hope to make this process part of the normal call flow for 911 operators as adopted by other cities. We do this process for other cities in Utah, so we have experience with it. Metro areas, Salt Lake, Layton, and a number of them out there. It's just part of the norm. We'll be happy to volunteer our time and experience with any efforts to make this come to fruition. And thank you for your time this evening. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mayor Lee. I've been working with Matt and on this project over the last 6 months, and I realized that the fire department has been very, very busy, and as the police department, so it's been held on the back burner. But I think now that a situation arises where we can and are able to handle this with them, and I think it's a great idea, by the way, for our community. So the result tonight would be, I guess, is to work with the mayor's office or whoever that could facilitate this with Matt and kind of get the ball rolling. Because I know the fire chief is very busy. I don't want to bother him or Chief Huff either. But I'd like to see this move forward so we can kind of get a good look at it, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Actually, it's a great idea, and I appreciate hearing about it. And it's always positive to look at what other cities are doing. And when you think about it, and it's one of those things that I don't think of on a regular basis, right? Fortunately. And you hope that it's not that often that it's needed. But the concept, as you've suggested, I'm very open. And so we'll follow up and take a look at it and then bring something back before the council in the near future.
Sure. Do you have a time frame on that?
Well, after the first of the year.
Fair enough.
I think we'll get through December and we'll look at January and we'll go from there.
Get through the 2020 year.
I'm looking forward to 2021 and it being better. Yes. Any other questions? Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you coming. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anyone else signed up?
No, the other two are for the fishing game.
Okay, perfect. Okay, moving on then. Mayor and council comments. Whoop, I'm sorry.
You didn't show up.
Shall I? My apologies. I came a little bit late, but I did want to take the opportunity to share a few observations. My name is
Thank you.
David Rubenstein. I live at 3265 South Fork Avenue in Nampa. I wanted to state that pursuant to the recent national election, which I think was fraught with irregularities, I felt that it was incumbent upon me to try to get more involved in government on a local level. And so I wanted to take a moment to speak to something which is actually fairly mundane compared to those issues which, are writ large in our nation right at the moment. But it has to do with something that I saw as an agenda item. And it also sort of has to do with a rather spirited discussion about a roundabout as opposed to a stoplight controlled intersection. But more specifically, I wanted to speak to, I see that there's going to be the discussion of an appointment to a vacated seat for a bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee. If I may do so, and I realize my time is brief, but I wanted to share the perspective of somebody who comes from the state of California, where things like the bicycle paths get taken up as the banner of doing something great for the community. However, they can very frequently have ramifications that people don't really give enough credit to. In other words, all kinds of measures might be taken to advance the desires and wishes of a very small sector of the population, that is to say bicycle riders, without really giving consideration, in this instance, to the flow of traffic in general. For example, a town that I used to live in not long ago, Red Bluff, California, eliminated 2 lanes of traffic on Main Street of the downtown of the city in order to put in bike lanes. And I could tell you that the grumbling that was heard far and wide, you couldn't overlook. And quite honestly, this I think is illustrative of, I think, a larger question when it has to do with considering issues that sometimes can affect a very small sector of the population, which may present an opportunity for legislators to feel as though they're doing something beneficial for the community. And I think that very, very often there can be a omission of consideration of the majority. In other words, looking at the minority as opposed to the majority. Anyway, I wanted to take a moment to speak to that in very general terms, admittedly, but as a way of kind of addressing things that we see going on nationally. We see things happening nationally where the objectives of small micro sections of the population are advanced without sufficient consideration of the effects upon the great majority of the population. I felt that this was an opportunity for me to stand up and speak, given that I had made the objective to myself to want to try to get a little bit more involved. And so I thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your opinions, and I appreciate your engagement and interest in our process, our city council meetings and our process. You should familiarize yourself with concerned citizens of Canyon County. Some of those gentlemen are here, and that may be a group you want to interact with.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Is there anyone else that I would have missed this evening that had intended to speak?
Nope, a 5-9 item.
Okay, so the other two are on an agenda item that will come forward later. So under mayor and council comments, just a quick comment. Today, for those that have noticed the flags flying half-mast today, needless to say, today is a day, and I'm just going to read because Amy, my communications manager, did the post on Facebook, and she wrote it so well, that December 7, 1941 was a date which will live in infamy. It was shared by that was shared by President Roosevelt about the devastating attack at Pearl Harbor during World War II. Today, 79 years later, we show our respect with flags at half-staff as we honor and remember those who bravely gave their lives defending our country. So I just wanted to take a moment and comment on that today and that anniversary date. So again, under Mayor and Council comments, I think we do have some comments, and Darrell Bruner has something that he would like to do this evening.
I'm making note, this is the first time I've ever seen Darrell in a tie.
I have, but maybe
Oh,
not
you have?
council, yeah.
All right, I know we have a big agenda, but I think this is kind of a real important thing, so just a minute. The mayor and council were so kind to oblige me in this, and we just have 3 individuals, and we know we have hundreds of individuals in this city that do so much. But we have 3 individuals that have been spending a lot of years doing a lot for this community. So they think this is a little bit of a roast. In fact, I didn't tell Chief Huff, but I was going to threaten them with just you giving these 3 gentlemen their Miranda rights. But I will say with how they responded here in a minute. First of all, though, and we have one dear lady not here, but this is Beth Olmsted, who hardly anyone ever sees these ladies. She is the better half, of course, of Dr. Olmsted. Charlene Osborne, and thanks for being here. And Donna Fairman, well, I know she is. You live 4 doors down from here, so I know it here. But anyway, you ladies are saints. Anyone that has worked with these gentlemen know you are saints. And thank you for giving them to the city and to the county and to the state in so many ways. So. Just want to honor you first, okay? And you can get those hopefully to your life. Okay. All right. Gentlemen, I'm going to put you on the spot, so I want our 3 gentlemen to go ahead and come up front there, please. So Hubert, Ron, Larry, you just stand, I guess, and face this way. I guess there's a camera back there. So,
Face this way?
yeah, face this way.
This way.
Yeah. So go ahead and go back a little further, unless you want this as
You
support.
can come stand right here in front of
I'll
me.
lean against the mayor.
And eventually,
go.
eventually,
Please do.
eventually you'll get a photo, and we'll have your wives come up and get a photo with the mayor here in just a
Kind of like
minute.
the rodeo clowns they stick up there.
Let me just say, when I invited these gentlemen here, I just wanted to read real quickly what their response was to me. This is from Mr. Harriman. Do I need legal counsel? From Dr. Olmsted. It sounds ominous. Reminds me of when I used to get called to the principal's office. And then we had Mr. Osborne. No guns allowed in City Hall, so hopefully not a firing squad. You all guys are lined up. That's true. So this is, I wore the tie for your wives, by the way, but I do want to honor you. You maybe look at this as a little bit of a roast, which you probably deserve, but this city and everyone who knows anything about you 3 gentlemen honor you. So let me just read this, and this is more of a letter type form than any proclamation.
Is that the one I wrote?
Okay, the city of Nampa is honored to recognize three of her many distinguished citizens, Mr. Ron Harriman, Dr. Larry Olmsted, and Mr. Hubert Osborne, for their giving an inconceivable number of hours in protecting Nampa citizens' quality of city services and tax dollars. With a combined 236 years of age,
Most of them have.
and 82 years as Nampa residents, these men have challenged many a mayor, city council, and department head with the spending of precious city tax dollars. These three could be referred to as the three amigos, as this common definition is the examination and research before, during, and after implementation. No one is more thorough than these three in carrying out this process. To bring it closer to home, many would consider the three Nampa Bulldogs would maybe define them better. Whether their topic be property taxes, impact fees, urban renewal, wastewater, public transportation, and on, should a subject brought to their attention spark a nerve, countless hours are spent researching. Can this mean some loud barking and an occasional bite to get city officials to listen? You bet. This does not mean these three Bulldogs always agree. Yes, there have been occasions where separation has been needed. Each has defined his own personal style of being heard and accomplishing the desired outcome. Mr. Harriman, the advocate, Dr. Olmsted, the crusader, and Mr. Osborne, the missionary. These three Bulldogs come from vastly different backgrounds and bring their own expertise to the table. Mr. Harriman attended law school at La Salle Extension University and ended up being a licensed independent contractor and appraiser in several different states. Dr. Olmsted has a PhD in zoology and biology from the University of Arkansas and spent 30 years as the science director for Duke Energy. Mr. Osborne studied accounting at Boise State, ended up working successful dairies throughout the Treasure Valley and owning his own dairy here in Nampa. So much more can be said about these three men, including the numerous volunteer committees they have served on for our city and our citizens. But let's end this recognition with a huge thank you and a challenge, which as our current Mayor Kling and City Council know is not necessary, then that is never stop fighting for our Nampa citizens and challenging this Nampa administrative leadership and those to follow. Thank you, gentlemen. Mayor, we have just a little something to give to you. And then maybe we can get a photo. Okay. Charlene, do you mind coming up and we'll get a photo together? Yeah.
And let's do a. Randy and Sam, come stand behind so you can join the photo. Victor, come on over and let's all get behind and
Something that I read to you, so you can do what you want with that.
over here.
Okay.
I'm okay.
I normally would shake. Okay. I normally would shake your hands.
Now we only have four.
I'm putting this coin here to see you.
Hey, Darrell, you have to come up here. Be right here in the front row with us.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yep, come on.
All right. Everyone smile on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me get another angle here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you. Yep.
And these three gentlemen, the chairman of the Concerned Citizens of Canyon County, just is Mr. Harriman here. And we meet on a monthly basis, yes. So if you want to
Can I
get,
say a word?
I will move, and you may.
I just want to commend you as a group. Hubert and Ron would agree. We work a lot with the county too. It's not only you guys we give a hard time to, we give a hard time to the county. But that's kind of like talking to a fence post. I appreciate the fact that when we've come to you with concerns, that you've been responsive. And it's not only you, it's the staff. Tom, Nate, Jeff, man, I'll tell you, even all of the staff, it's just a joy to work with people that'll respond to you. They don't always agree with you, but they'll listen and they act. And I think you as a governing body deserve a great deal of appreciation. So thank you.
Larry, thank you. Yes, Ron.
I'd like to thank you for the award. I accept this for the name of the committee, not for myself. We also work with the state. We are right now in the process of making sure that your property taxes, residential property taxes, are going to be reduced. We're in the final calculations of this. And this next week, we will start working with legislators to make sure that that bill is passed. And we do have the factual data at this point that no one can overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron and Hubert.
Thank you, Mayor. You always save the best for last. I've been involved with city politics and different issues since 2004. I've gone through 3 mayors. None of the city councilmen involved were there. We have a different legal counsel now. Gone through different ones there too. And sometimes we've been said we're not experts, and I like to say my part of it is to bring common sense to the equation. And I think sometimes we lose sight when everybody's an expert, but they only know one specific item and they forget the side effects. So I appreciate this more than you know, and thank you.
I'd like to just say thank you so much to all 3 of you. You know, coming in as a new mayor, boy, you just don't know what to expect, and it's a little scary. But the one thing that I have grown to know and appreciate so much is that we're a better city because of the questions that you ask. Because we alone, even as staff and myself as mayor, we have a perspective that we look at, right? But you guys see a different perspective. And the only way that we move forward and get better is if we look at all of those perspectives and that we're not afraid to have the questions asked. And so I just really appreciate you and the work you've done. And Darrell, thank you for spearheading this recognition. I really appreciate it, and it is well-deserved. And so I just want to say thank you to you guys.
And you guys don't have to stay either, Beth. Yeah.
You don't. You can go home.
Don't be in a hurry.
I don't think I had to tell her that, did I? Okay.
No, you guys are all welcome. You don't have to stay. You're welcome.
Mayor, I know I've already taken quite a bit of time. Can I take 30 more seconds? Because I think, and I'm not even talked to Councilwoman Mucci about this, but I don't know if any of the rest of you were on. I know the mayor was on the 2C group the other day, and how she has facilitated, and I believe there was 50 plus people that were listening. And so I would just ask that maybe at the first of the year, if she feels like it's proper, that Louise and the 3 young people that she had on, unless there's others, but that we could, not recognize them in the same way as this. But these are our future leaders. These gentlemen are doing, but we're not going to all be here forever. So we need to build up these others, and the 2C program and the C. Caldwell, Canyon County, and Nampa coming together on that and your leadership. I just, if I could ask that maybe on the agenda, at least sometime in January, if that could happen. So, thanks.
They would be over the moon.
Yeah.
Just having the opportunity.
I know they were, they felt so, to be able to talk to mayors. So council's kind of going to be a downtrend for them, but at least it would be, I think, a neat to have them. So,
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
if I could just take a second regarding Ron and Hubert and Larry. We can't say enough of what these gentlemen do. What they bring to the table is something that we don't have sometimes, and that's vision. And not just a vision, it's an opinion to keep our community safe. It's an opinion to keep our community within reason of everything that comes with us in the council. Not just taxes, but our everyday living. And that's what's important. But I also wanted to say that the ones we never see, hardly ever see, is Donna, Harriman, Charlene, and Beth. And if you sit and talk with each one of them, you're going to see and you're going to understand why these three gentlemen are as strong as they are, because it's these three that make them go forward. Now, I sat and talked with Charlene it's been a couple of months ago, and we sat and talked and we ate, and I'll tell you what, I learned more from her than I ever did with Hubert. Because I can see why they've been married for 60 some odd years, right? Yeah. So, and Beth comes with a whole new program, doesn't she, Larry? She is so willing to stand by Larry and guide him when there's a need to, and also his support. Now, I don't know any of you that know Donna like I do, Ron's wife. Man, she's a fire plug, and she never ceases to amaze me of what her attitude and what she brings to the table. Her and I get along better than me and Ron do, and we golf once a week. But thank you all for stepping up with your husbands, and thank you for giving us what we all want to see, and that's family, happiness, and friendliness. So thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Are there any other comments? Yes.
I would just like to congratulate all three gentlemen. We get a lot of emails from you. They'll be pointed, but there's respectful discord, and I think we heard that in the opening prayer tonight. We need more of that. And I appreciate that you do your fact finding, but there's always a joke at the end. There's always good humor when you run into each other, even if we don't maybe vote in agreement with your opinions and your fact finding. Doesn't mean that it's not valued. And I really do respect how respectful you are in your conversation back and forth with us. I know there was some skepticism and so eyes on me early, but you've been really kind and gracious, and I appreciate it.
Some lessons to be learned from our leaders, right? I don't know how to say this, but our older leaders, right? In how to have respectful discussion and not necessarily have agreement, but coming together. And our nation needs that today. We need to know how to do that, how to have those discussions that we all learned from, and not always agree, but come back together again. So thank you so much. And to the spouses, you know what? I tell you what, it's so important, and you're blessed to have someone alongside. And I was just thinking, so I'll say, my husband and I just celebrated 45 years of marriage the other day, and even though he's dealing with health issues and can't help like he used to, having him alongside as his support is so important. And so I'm pleased for you guys. So thank you again. So, and 2C Kids Succeed just celebrated their 1-year anniversary, and that was an amazing meeting. Darrell, thank you for mentioning it. And looking at what has been accomplished are Thankful Thursdays. And am I saying it right? Okay, Thankful Thursdays, and then the Kindness Week that happened back in September. We have a beautiful mural on the side of Rolling Beach Cycles. And Jean, I just want to thank you for your leadership. And your vision for 2C Kids Succeed. It is so important to this community. Those are our future leaders.
Thank you. And your kindness and generosity for those youth, apparently they buzzed about it, that you and Mayor Nicole have time to recognize them and call them on to future leaders. And what we heard was none of them had ever aspired to go on to college. All three of them now do, because they feel like their voice was heard. So I think, again, our mayor always says it's about we, and it's really true. We have been able to, as a county, do some remarkable things with our kids, and without your leadership, it wouldn't have happened.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I just want to add to that. Councilman Haverfield, one of the young men, his goal was to be an architect. So
Have him give me a call.
All right.
I think Amy already reached out. I think
Oh,
it was,
okay.
I'm not sure, but yeah,
All right.
she did.
I know
yeah.
one was a barber, right? I don't know who can help him with the barber thing, but
That's awesome. All right. So, yes.
I would like to make one other comment. We've received a couple of emails from folks concerned about the devastating loss of the 4-year-old little girl in an intersection last week. My heart and my prayers go out to the family, and I know that it wasn't just the family impact, but there were a lot of people who are first responders, people who were there on scene, and then neighbors. And I don't know that there's ever a right decision. We had gone from a roundabout to a light, back to a roundabout, and back to light. And I was honest with them and said, I don't know what the perfect solution is, but I do know that we have a 4-year-old who is no longer with us. And so she wanted to be a police officer, Councilman Rodriguez, and she was one for Halloween.
Oh, really?
You may be able to connect with her family.
Yes.
But I know that that has really rocked our first responders, Chief Huff and Chief Carpenter. Thank you for all you guys do. And please let them know, the family know on our behalf that we're here to support all our parents and for the family. Again, there's no easy decision. I don't know that we always can make the right decision, and it's hard. And, I don't know if a roundabout would have changed what had happened there. I don't know, but I'm really grateful and grateful for the emails that we received.
So I will just say, and Tom and I visited, and you'll be getting an email from Tom, but we just talked about the intersection, about safety, and I think it's important for our citizens to know and for council to know that safety is of the utmost priority. And so really looking at the functionality of walking, right, when you pedestrian paths, and the signals and how they function to where you have someone turning and actually a light that says you can go at the same time. So they're doing the research, and we'll be coming back to council with recommendations. And I'm sorry, I have a tendency to look this way since Jean was talking last, but we will be communicating to council and looking at just safety, the safety measures to make sure that we protect our kids. So thank you. Okay, so we have staff communications next, and we're going to start with Patrick, and he's going to give us an update on our building safety and facilities.
I don't have a USB port. Mayor and Council, thank you. Sorry for the slight delay. We just had to get the PowerPoints up. So anyway, what I'd like to do, and we were sifting through our data from FY20, and I'd like to update you on our building safety department's status. The Amazon project really was a large lift for us and required third-party inspection and plan review services for the project. We hired mostly third-party inspections, but then we also did have some of our own staff assigned to that project as well. We did have a COVID downturn between April and July. We were down 26% in comparison to the same period last year as far as our permit fee revenue. But then it bounced back because our permit fee revenue between August and September were up 39% in comparison to the same period of FY19. At the end of FY20, we ended with our non-Amazon permit revenue exceeding our expenses, and with the Amazon permit fees paying for third-party plan review, and then also going into our building safety fund. So next slide. So our construction valuation, this is a comparison between 2017 and where we're going in 2021. In 2017, we had $218,000 in building permit value, $218 million. 2018, we were slightly higher at 228. 2019, we were at $311 million. And then in 2020, we had $272 million in Amazon and $300 million in everything else, which we ended pretty well for the year. And then we are projecting a 7% growth rate based on what we've seen the first 2 months in FY21. Our residential and multifamily permits are much higher than last year. Their residential alone is probably about 60 to 64% higher than last year with October and November combined. So we're cautiously optimistic. We are looking at, there's another action item down the road here tonight. We're going to want to be hiring some third-party plan review to get us caught up. And then we'll see in the new year just how much this permit activity is sustained, how sustainable it really is. So next slide. So our permits issued in FY20, we had 309 commercial permits. Those could be 10 improvements or new buildings. We had over 1,816 residential permits. And of those, I believe about 1,300 of those were single-family residences. The rest were actual individual units in multifamily, and then also remodels to existing houses. And then residential erosion permits, we had, well, that's the number right there. We had 1,267, so that should be the number of single-family residents and multifamily that we had in that 1816 number. And then under electrical permits, which supported mostly building permits, we had 3,589 electrical permits, 1,927 mechanical, and 3,517 plumbing permits. Next slide. So inspections by a fiscal year, we have 8 inspectors. They're combination inspectors. Some of them can do plumbing, mechanical, and building. Some of them can do electrical and building. But we basically have 8 inspectors and an inspector supervisor. And we have been steadily growing with the permits we've been issuing over the years. Our inspections also grow. I'm not going to read off all the values, but we're looking at probably around a 7% increase in inspections in 2021 to go along with our projections for building permits. This one I'm going to skip because I found a math error in it, but I'm going to update it and I'll get that all out to you. It just doesn't match the bar chart. And so permit fees in October, including commercial, were up 51% in comparison to the same period in FY20. So the first 2 months of FY21 were much higher. And then the residential portion is really about 64% higher. This includes also the commercial permits. And then we are projecting a 7% increase in FY21, and we will temper any hiring or third-party plan review with the actual volume that we see come in. So that's what I had for an update on building. Do you have any questions?
Mayor Kling. So do you have an understanding of what the commercial versus residential is? I mean, what we're looking at as far as your third-party inspections were initially started for the Amazon there, because obviously that was a big project and you could compartmentalize someone there. So continuing forward into 2021, is it for residential plan review or is it for commercial? Do you know?
Yes, I do know. Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, that would be the person we would be hiring through Safe Bill is going to be doing residential, because residential is the most need, both single family and multifamily. We have sufficient capacity with our commercial plans reviewers to handle the commercial volume as long as we can pull some of that residential volume off of their plates. And we also employ West Coast Code Consulting. We have an ongoing contract with them right now where they do they did all the third-party plan review for Amazon for us, and they're doing some other larger, more complex projects for us.
Where are they located out of?
They're located in Salt Lake. They have several offices down in Salt Lake. They're a regional firm.
Okay. My last question is, looking at the residential or the permits, you had 309 for commercial, 1,816 for residential. The mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, do they tie back to those two items?
Yes, they do. I haven't parsed it out, but I would say the majority of permits align with either commercial or residential building permits. And the remainder are one-offs, like replacing a water heater or furnace in a house, or adding some circuits in an existing commercial building, et cetera.
Okay,
So
that's why it's higher.
that's why it's always higher.
And it would be separate and distinctly different than the commercial and residential categories. It'd be in addition to those two? Or-
Those are the total numbers of sub-permits. So if you could probably extrapolate and say that, around, if there's electrical involved, around 309 of those electrical permits are likely involved with those 309
Right.
building permits.
Or the 18, 16?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Seeing no others, we'll go
Okay.
on to impact fees.
Well, let's go over to impact fees. So there's all sorts of handouts with impact fees, and we'll do those at the end. But as far as development impact fees, we're obligated to have an annual meeting, and our annual meeting was held on October 29th. There were minor modifications to the capital improvement plans for police, parks, and streets. Those are presented. We also did talk about fire, but there were no substantive changes made to fire because during that time, the fire district question was in the air, and the fire department didn't want to spend a lot of time trying to figure out where it needed to go. So no changes were made to the schedule of impact fees that would require city council action. In other words, other capital projects were moved around in each one of those capital improvement plans for those departments with the goal of not changing the actual impact fees. That's when city council acts to enact either raise or lower impact fees if there is a substantive change in those costs. So revisions to the police CIP included a growth portion of a future fleet facility. Public Works is working on a fleet and streets master plan, and they're finishing that up. But we took the opportunity to put a small portion in each of the police and parks and police, parks, and streets for this fleet facility. The FY20 expenditures included an evidence storage remodel, which was 50% of the remodel, which would be 50% of the remodel was anticipated to accommodate growth in the police department in the next 10 years. And then also the purchase of 5 patrol cars with related equipment for around $288,000. So the fire CIP was discussed but not modified. Revisions to the fire CIP will be undertaken during the fire district annexation transition to the mutual benefit of the city and the fire district. In other words, sorting out who is going to be the regulating body of the impact fees for the fire district need to be sorted out, as well as what is the capital plan based on funding. And then the FY20 expenditures include a purchase of an aerial apparatus vehicle and all related equipment for $977,318. Revision to the Parks CIP included the growth portion of a future fleet facility, the future purchase of a Nampa Schools ground shop property located on the Wilson Trailhead. It's at 920 Lake Lowell. That was added as well. And the advisory committee recommended using the impact fee administrative fund balance of $163,911 for a comprehensive parks master plan to update the vision for long-term parks planning. The use of these funds won't require a change to the park CIP because we used to charge a 5th fee, which was administrative fee for paying the consultant every 4 years to change the impact fees and other clerical costs. However, over time, that fee had grown and we, it had grown faster than we could spend out of it. So our consultant, Ann Westcott, recommended that we liquidate that fund by either putting it into each of the 4 CIPs or using it for a special project. And this was a special project that the Impact Fee Advisory Committee came up with.
And Patrick, could we comment, just so council knows, the master plan for parks will not cost $163,000. That's how much is in the fund, correct? But we are not intending necessarily to spend all of that on that one. that one master plan. And so we'll come back to the council for approval on that master plan when we're ready. Just know that it'll come back, and my understanding is that's what the fund balance is today, and then we'll come to council with approval to move forward with the master plan.
Correct. That would be Mayor, that would be something that Darren would put together and come together as an action item for council. Yeah. So the expenditures included basically design and development for 2 parks in FY20, $616,527 for design development for Ora Brant Park, and then also design development for Midway Park for $1,056,459. So revisions to the street CIP are more complicated, and if you want more information on how the streets CIP has changed, I invite you to have a one-on-one with Tom Points. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the revision, or I'm telling you there have been revisions, and they're basically prioritizing streets projects so they fall better within grants and ITD funding and other mitigating circumstances. And then also, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the individual streets projects that were included in the expenditures for FY20. So they include 3rd Avenue and Industrial and Franklin and Karcher, State Highway 45 realignment, Kings and Victory section, 39th and Garrity intersection, the Midland and Iowa intersection, Franklin and Birch intersection, the Airport Overland Corridor study, and State Highway 16. Garrity improvements, Transportation Master Plan came out of that fund. Holly and Colorado intersection, Lone Star Milton intersection, the Franklin and Karcher intersection, and there was miscellaneous land acquisition for future projects that are on the CIP, buying right-of-way, things like that. So the total FY20 CIP expenditure for streets was $1,716,440. So if we go to, back out, there's two PDFs in the files. So there's this one here. So I'm going to show you I'll show you just the line items which are in your packet. For the update for the police capital improvement plan, we pretty much just added the growth portion for the fleet facility, which was $97,500. And then this was the fire. I included in your packet just what the existing fire CIP was, and there was no changes to that CIP. And then we had the Parks and Recreation. What we basically did is we put in for we reduced the pool because we need to go through the master plan and figure out a little better what the pool will cost. So we reduced that in order to add the pedestrian pathway trailhead and the shops, the Nampa shops, and that's one purchase for $475,000. It will be less than that. That's the appraisal cost. And then also we add the fleet facility, the growth portion for the fleet facility, how much parks would use it for $97,500. And then the last one, let's see, is that it? Yeah, that's it. So do you have any questions on the impact fees?
Mayor Kling, I have a couple. Several years ago, the impact fees were low, and we were behind in terms of building and contracting with the growth that was happening. So now are we into that point now again, that 4 years later that I've had to take a look at increasing those impact fees? Did the impact fee committee talk about that?
I think we did talk about that a little bit, and I think that the fees that we're taking in now, they're coming in at a volume sufficient to match the 10-year capital improvement plans for each one of the departments. And so in answer to your question, I think we'll probably wait a year or two to the actual 4-year time period that we're supposed to just wait for as a minimum. rather than just keep opening it up. So I think that it was determined by all the department heads that it's working out fine. They're able to pay for they're already being able to pay for some of these growth projects already just a little over a year into a year and a half into collecting the newer fee structure.
I see what I'm concerned about is whether we have sufficient coverage for fire, police, and streets and services. And so the more the residences come in, and apparently not as much businesses, according to your files, that we're going to be behind. And is it safe to say that we should begin now with that process rather than wait?
I can bring it up again with our consultant. I think that I've had several conversations with Ann Westcott, and we believe after those conversations, I think we just need to see how COVID works out this year, and then how the permit volume and the development volume is into FY21, and really see how that pans out. You know, it could go up, it could go down, it could stay static. We just don't know. What we're seeing as far as number of permits coming in and development growth coming in, there's a lot of catch up, and a lot of the permits we're seeing now is because there's a 4-month drop, and people weren't even applying. Most of the home builders were just letting their permits sit, and then they decided when it started to get colder in September, they started pulling all those permits again, which boosted our permit volume significantly. So I think the recommendation from Ann was, let's just kind of see how this winter season goes, go into FY21, and then we'll have to have some discussions and just see what the revenue looks like and how it matches with the CIPs, and if there is a need to open that up. But I think we should have regular discussions on a quarterly basis anyway, between the department heads and myself, just to try and see, how are they doing with their impact fees? What does it look like on their end?
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Patrick, thank you so much.
I have one
Appreciate
more
it.
to say, have facilities.
Okay.
And
And then Tom, so we are to be starting public hearings, but we actually have some guests here that are sitting here for agenda items. So our public hearings are going to start late, just so everybody knows, and I apologize, but I want to honor the people that are sitting here that came for an agenda item. So we'll get through a couple of them before we move forward.
So, Mayor and Council, most of this information, or all this information is in your packet. I will just roll through it briefly. So our facilities development FY20 recap, our total number of capital projects was 16 capital projects for a total cost of a little over almost 2.7 million. And then our total number of maintenance projects was 60 maintenance projects with a total cost of around $403,000. Our total number of work requests were 342, and our total number of work orders were down about 4% to 1,697. However, we're going back and trying to capture all the work orders that we had for COVID cleaning and the COVID projects to provide, PPE and sneeze guards and things like that. So I think you'll find that even though the number of work orders was down, I'm sure the pandemic costs that we've incurred have more than made up for that.
When we look at, while you're on the slide, the cost of capital projects, did the Development Services Center, was that part of that?
Yes.
Because it's typically not that high.
Yes, that was part of that.
Okay.
Yes.
So we call that out.
And so, our maintenance projects and accomplishments, we had department moves after we opened up the NDSC building, where we moved 120 people and 16 departments over a period of 5 weeks in the spring, which was a huge undertaking. Mm-hmm. So once we moved the different departments and consolidate them in the Development Services building, we had to go in and relocate several departments in this building, and not in utility building, but in this building, and then down in what used to be the Economic Development building. We did complete a Fleet Streets Waterworks master plan with Public Works. We did a Streets Bathroom addition. We did fire station ice makers, and we did airport terminal window replacement and painting. And we did Public Works workstation upgrades. And the next one. So the capital projects, the main capital projects that we worked on were the NDSC remodel construction, which include furniture and equipment. We also did the Fire Station number 5 exterior siding project, and we did the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building large evidence storage room addition, and the parking garage phase 3 deck coating, which finished up all of the deck coating over there. So, which is a very good thing.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Mayor?
it's not lingering.
Patrick,
Yes.
how did the remediation work as far as for the moisture proofing that you guys were doing on the Hugh Nichols building? How did that all turn out?
It turned out well. We have not had any intrusion since then. We worked with Public Works and to find out if we had a way to offload the stormwater off of the site. And we really didn't have a way to do that because we had limited stormwater in First Street. And so what we ended up doing is we put in some monitoring wells so that with alarms so we could see and we could trend over time over the course of a year or so.
So did you end up putting in a sump pump on that northeast corner?
We had no place to offload the sump pump because of all the other wells on site and the high groundwater table there. We would have just been pumping it to another part of the site and it would have ended up back in the same place.
So where's the water going then?
The water is being kept at bay with the blindside water membrane that we sprayed in. And then we're going to, after we get a trend on how much groundwater we're really dealing with the test wells, then we can work with Public Works to see if we can tap into that stormwater drain. The problem is that goes into the irrigation district. And if we significantly increase the amount of water in that outflow, it could result in them telling us we can't outflow into their ditch anymore.
So have you noticed, is it seasonal, the groundwater levels, or is it pretty much throughout the year?
It seems to be seasonal, and we just got them in tail end of summer, so we just really need to go through a season and see what it looks like.
Okay, thanks.
So the next one, let's see. The 21 forecast, we have 13 capital projects for around $1.2 million on our plate. We have maintenance projects, we have 21 to date, and the cost for those is around $6 million. And we have a total number of work orders open is 27 in our first couple months. And our total number of work orders closed year to date, we're about 236 when we put this together, but we're estimating that we probably now have about 375. And this is, I think, about the end. Our facilities maintenance projects forecasted. We have station number 1, second floor 10 improvement for the kitchen and the dormitory rooms. We have the station 1 ramp and concrete replacement where the concrete is breaking up in front of the doors. And we have station 6 planning and design. For Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building, we have second floor flooring project because we were not able to replace all the flooring in the regular project that we had. We have the airport terminal master plan we're working with Public Works. And we have the wastewater treatment plant administration building, which should be done here shortly. I think we're down to almost getting to the punch list on that. So that spanned both FY20 and FY21. And then we're still working on the fleet emergency fuel item, which is on our plate. And then if you go to our capital projects in FY21, for NDSC, we have an exterior lighting project to boost the lighting in the parking lot, especially where we took out the canopy. We have a flooring replacement project, and we have an elevator upgrade project. With City Hall, we have elevator upgrades, an electrical upgrade to the main switchgear. We have security and access control systems that we're going to be putting in, and a fire alarm replacement for an antiquated fire alarm system, and a camera replacement. We have the fleet roof replacement, the street and fleet building design, which is part of the master plan, which Tom's group will bring to you. We're just working on the data that will go into their proposal to you. And then we have airport hangar 140 door replacement. And for Napa Recreation Center, this will probably be later on in the season, but we have a gunite renovation for the rec center pool, which I think is going to be right between summer and fall there. And then we have the expansion design, which we actually have an action item for those design fees, for that design fee contract coming to you tonight. So that's all I had for what we did in 20 and what we're going to be doing in 21. There's a lot of information in there, but if you have any questions, please reach out. I can give you details and costs and scope on any of these projects that I've discussed.
Thank you, Patrick. And
Thank
for
you.
council, please reach out. If you have any questions, please reach out to Patrick and he'll be happy to provide you with information. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Sharon Harris and her husband are always here. I don't know if they're online, but I don't see them here this evening. So we're going to hold 5-1. Tom, we may have to hold your staff report. I don't know how long your staff report is. Is that okay? Are you sure? Okay. So Richard Williams is here. And so I would like to move to business item 5.2. And this is the appointment of Richard Williams to the library board to finish the term of a vacated seat. It's effective 1/1/21 with the term ending on 12/23/21. And we so appreciate Richard stepping up, and it's been the recommended by the board. And so I would like to ask for a motion to approve the appointment of Richard Williams.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Elmore,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Richard, would you like to come forward and introduce yourself real quickly? I would love for the council to get to meet you. And thank you so much for coming here. And
Yeah,
tell us,
perhaps see who I am, I guess, with the masks. It's a little bit unusual. I'm just briefly, Richard Williams, my wife Debbie and I just in the last few years moved back to Idaho. They say you can take the boy out of Idaho, but you can't take the Idaho out of the boy. And we feel likewise about Nampa. We're third generation Nampans. My wife's family grew up here as well as mine. And for those of you that have been around long enough, the old Poor Boy Cafe and the Waldorf downtown that used to be here were run and managed by my grandparents. My grandmother was the greeter for a number of years at Hong Kong, little 4 foot, whatever inches lady was my grandmother, Grandma Mackey. And so we love this community. We love the library. We used it extensively in raising our children while we were here, and then we moved away for a period of time. And I was telling the committee that was interviewing me that my wife and I have become a little bit lazy and become Amazon users, and we're spending money that we could probably save by using more of the library resources, but maybe those resources could be better used by people that don't have that kind of access. But we love to read. Our grandkids are going to start moving back. We'll have 3 grandkids here by the end of the year and 3 more hopefully in the next year to year and a half. And so we're excited to get involved, and we're voracious readers. I think every time we do our Zoom call lately, which we do weekly, we have children in France, a child. Our oldest is in France with 3 grandkids, 3 grandkids in Alabama, 3 in Utah, and then a daughter that doesn't have any kids. And so we're always talking about what books did you read lately and what ones you should read. And we have an English major in the family, the one that's in France, so she's always got great recommendations. So we love the community, love the library, and I look forward to being able to offer whatever expertise I have, as well as learn a lot from those that are currently serving.
wow. Richard, thank you so much for your one desire to come back and give back. And I'm just thinking your grandparents and my husband's grandparents probably knew one another.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, because Grandma Joe loved the Hong Kong. And so my guess is they knew one another in the day. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is amazing. Yeah. We love this area, and I know some of the people on the board. I know Victor Rodriguez and, of course, Senator Lakey and from other engagements. And so we're excited to be back, get reconnected after being gone for a period of time. So thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Welcome back, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
If I could, don't sit down yet there, sir. One of the things that I was reading your bio, I could not believe some of the stuff you've done and what you've gone through and what you've given to others. But the one thing that really stood out to me was your quote. It says, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. And you just said that. So thank you for coming on to the board. You're going to be amazing.
Well, I appreciate it. Kind of humble about that, and I hope that there's some little bit that I'll be able to give back. We've been very blessed over the years by great community servants like yourselves and others, and we're at an age now, I hate to think about it. We had our high school reunion recently, and I went there and I read a little meme about it saying that I went there and there were a bunch of old people there, so I went home. And I kind of feel like I'm not the age that I'll turn 60 in January, and what is 60, the new 40, right? So yeah, hopefully we'll have many years to contribute in various ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe Cindy Hartley is here. So I think if that's the case, I'm not missing anyone. We'll hold that till later. I would like to move, Doug, we're going to move yours till after public hearing. So we're going to move to action item 521 because we do have a couple of people here to speak on that. And so we're going to, this has to do with an extension of the lease with Idaho Fish and Game. And this isn't actually here to authorize me to sign an extension, but we are going to discuss an extension. That Fish and Game has asked for an extension, and that information is in your packet. We do have two guests here this evening to speak. They will each have 3 minutes because they'd like to talk to us about why this is important. And then Tom Points is here to also share a staff report on this. It's coming to council because it's important that council is involved. The lease does not expire until 2026, but they were wanting to do some work on the building. And when they asked about extending the lease, knowing with the growth that we have with our wastewater treatment plant and where we're going, I thought we're going to need to discuss it now. So it's a little ahead of the schedule, but wanted to bring it to council. And Victor was helpful in the reminder we should go ahead and do this right now. So thank you, Victor.
You're welcome, Mayor.
So Debbie, we have two people. And the first person, who do we have in that's actually here? Thank you. So what is your name?
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, John. So nice to meet you. We'll start with you, John. So John, come on forward and you'll have 3 minutes and talk to us about why this is important and you're engaged.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity. With 3 minutes, I'm just going to read. So the Nampa Indoor Shooting Range, my name is John Fitzgerald. I live at 1915 East Lewis. I'm a Nampa resident, father of 3 daughters, heavily involved in youth shooting sports, especially air shooting sports. My eldest daughter shoots at a high level and hopes to represent Idaho in the Olympic Games. She's not alone. There are many other very gifted youth air shooters in this valley, city, and they travel and compete regularly. Air shooting sports is an indoor discipline, and our kids currently do not have a range to practice in that's qualified, local, and that they can compete in anywhere around here. We have to travel to do that. The Junior Olympic qualifiers next month in Twin Falls, and our youth have to go there to try to compete for the first time to make the Junior Olympics without having gotten to practice here locally indoors. So we believe the City of Nampa and Parks and Rec could benefit from providing an adequate space for our youth, and here are some reasons. In our local 4-H and Optimist clubs, we typically have more interest for shooting than we can support, so we have a need we're not fulfilling. Air shooting is an exciting opportunity for kids, maybe adverse to shooting standard rifles, as they are not loud and only shoot pellets, similar to BB gun. Air shooting sport is widely popular and is an Olympic sport. We have recent Olympic shooting champions and collegiate coaches living in our valley who support our youth. Commerce could be created by having a shooting center here in Nampa, our 3rd most populous city in the state. Our youth are forced to travel to other states and Idaho cities to compete because there is no indoor range in this valley adequate for competition. A Nampa range could host competitions and bring commerce here instead of seeing it go elsewhere. We could also hold special spring, summer, and fall shooting camps, bringing further commerce to our city. Air shooting is a college sport, and scholarships are available. Having a place to train and compete would help our kids with those aspirations. A youth training center is an opportunity to provide a safe learning environment for qualified instruction. Shooting sports is also an adaptive sport, making it a great place for participants with disabilities. In summary, we imagine a shooting center that hosts many different junior shooting clubs, formed and supported by 4-H, the American Legion Post, Optimist clubs, Scouts, and our great city where training and competition could happen regularly. The range would also be a center for teaching shooting instructors, coaches, and range safety officers. The Nampa Shooting Center would be certified to hold local area and state competitions that send junior shooters to national competitions. Expenses would be paid by monies raised by the training center, private donations, participant fees, fundraising, and grants. So I bring all that up because we work with the Fish and Game quite a bit. They're a wonderful, wonderful agency that helps us greatly. But really, the youth get lost in the shuffle because they're not revenue-generating machines. Their parents are, and they grow up to be. So we really want a place that we can call our own, that we can tell a youth, hey, this is your home base, this is where you're going to get to grow, foster your talent, go to college, go compete nationally. You know, this state and this valley puts out a lot of great shooters, but they have to be creative on how to do it. Air rifle is a really, really neat opportunity and a meeting ground for many different types of people because it's just a completely different type of shooting that is gaining momentum fast. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Are there any questions for John?
Mayor?
Yes.
Full disclosure, the clubs have reached out to me because John's my brother.
What?
So I had asked to speak to Councilman Rodriguez, so, but I will tell you don't want to shoot against my niece if you'll lose.
Oh, yeah.
Good for them.
So, Mayor and Council, this is what a typical youth shooting, it looks like. Those are air rifles. They're incredible, but what they can do will amaze you.
So Mayor, if I may, approximately, John, how many young people are involved currently in this sport?
Sir, in this valley, we know for sure that we have taken care of 70 to 100 children, and we're having to turn them away. Because
and their window of ages are?
8 to 20. 20 is when you age out of a youth program in the USA competition rules.
Okay, and currently what you're saying, there's a competition in Twin Falls, but currently Boise, Meridian, no one currently has the proper shooting range for competition?
Hard to believe, sir, but no, yeah, there are none. The Meridian Optimist Club has always hosted the air shooting events for this state. It's very, very small. It doesn't qualify as a qualified venue to have any kind of events because it's not long enough. The Nampa Indoor Range, which currently is set up, perfect for our venue, meets all of the criteria.
Is it currently being used for this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then that's the question is, why isn't it being used?
Well, the Fish and Game will speak to that, and there's good reason, but because we're seeking an air range, we don't need a lot of renovations, and we come with lots of funding, so we're able to take care of whatever it needs. We're not here to ask for money, especially with the three amigos here, so we really just want a space.
Okay.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Yeah, also, and I did want to point out that this is of no cost to the city of Nampa.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's
and
correct.
so we don't have to pay anything out of pocket. The thing that it's also includes bow and arrow, and I don't know if that's the right terminology, but it's also that competition as well. These kids are shooting through a lifesaver, a little candy lifesaver. That's how good they are. And the fact that you have to move away from Meridian, because that's the only facility in this Treasure Valley, and it's overfilled. We can't, there's no one else to do it. So they figured that this would be probably the best idea. And how Nampa can see the benefits of students and families coming together and children doing a sport that they normally wouldn't be able to do. I didn't know the fact that there was so many Olympic coaches here. I mean, they are already Olympians. And so I was excited to hear about this, and I'm hoping that we can do something to bring this along. Well, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, Debbie, our next gentleman is Evan, and he is online, I believe. There we go.
Can everybody see me?
We can see you and we can hear you, and thank you so much for joining us. So go ahead and tell us your name and who you're with. I think I can see, but go ahead and tell us.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Evan O'Neill. I am the Regional Communications Manager for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game here in the Nampa region. So I'm just down the street from you a little ways.
Thank you for joining us. So go ahead and share with us. I think that Darren has been in touch with you regarding the extension on the lease. And so could you just share with us a couple minutes of what you're looking to do and why the request has come through at this time?
Certainly. Now, I wanted to point out that all of you have a letter that I put together and sent to Darren in your packet. And I'm going to speak to some of what I mentioned in that letter, but I wanted to expand a little bit upon that just because you've got the letter in front of you and you can read it at your leisure. The Idaho Department of Fish and Game is committing staff time, creative energy, and cold hard cash to make the Nampa Indoor Public Shooting Range a premier shooting facility for the residents of Nampa, the Treasure Valley, and the tri-state area. When once again operational, the facility will have the unique distinction of being the only combination air gun and archery facility in the Pacific Northwest. Our commitment to revitalize the range has already begun. We spent nearly $90,000 during the last 2 years to make the range safe following the discovery of unacceptable lead levels in the range itself. The building exterior was repainted this fall, and the HVAC system has just been made operational in the last few days. New ceiling tiles will soon be installed, and these 3 projects alone total $15,000. We have grant funding in place to install a new $30,000 roof on the airgun side of the building. And we have 2 grant requests pending right now, one for $4,000 for an upgrade of light fixtures throughout the classroom, restrooms, range office, and airgun range, and a second $15,000 grant for the installation of a target carrier system in the airgun range. These efforts will culminate in a revitalized range with an emphasis on public use of the entire Nampa Indoor Range complex, from the outdoor archery range to the indoor archery range, the airgun range, and the large classroom. We anticipate opening the facility to the public at least 5 days each week, while also accommodating several youth and adult shooting groups that desire to make the Nampa Indoor Range their home base. Hunter education courses, 4-H shooting skills courses, and civilian marksmanship program courses will be taught in the classroom, with graduates given the opportunity to put their newfound skills to the test at either or both shooting ranges. Even before the airgun side of the range opens, our efforts are being noticed. We have been approached by several national airgun manufacturers who have made verbal commitments to donate startup equipment for the airgun side of the Nampa Indoor Range. For example, one airgun manufacturer, Airguns of Arizona, has pledged to donate 2 200-gallon airgun recharging stations worth $40,000. We've received other offers of shooting benches, targets, and youth airguns. None of these items have been solicited by us. Rather, these organizations are approaching us, excited to see this effort unfolding. Our commitment to make the Nampa Indoor Public Shooting Range a premier shooting facility is alive and steadfast. All we need to move this effort forward now is for the city of Nampa to again partner with us, as they have for more than 30 years, and forge a new long-term working agreement to make the range vision a reality. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So I don't know who wants to come forward. Darren, do you have any comments? Nate, you were going to speak about that. So let's start with Darren. Darren, let's just go ahead, and I know the packet communicates this, but just ever so briefly, the current lease, I know that when the current lease is to expire and the request to extend.
Yeah, just to recap, the current lease is expected to expire in 2026. The improvement is owned by Fish and Game. The land right now is owned by the city. It's not a unique situation. It's similar to like the Boys and Girls Club. Land's owned by the city. Boys and Girls Club is owned by the Boys and Girls Club, or similar like the Hispanic Cultural Center. And so, so as we were working through this, They made the request to extend the lease. We certainly understand that. As we were having discussions, it came up that perhaps Public Works may have some need for that land. And so I think Nate will speak about that plan.
Mayor,
Yes.
Darren, before you sit down, just so that I understand what's being asked tonight, there is a building that is in our packet that indicates Napa Bow Chiefs. Is that the building that we're talking about?
Yeah. So the building, half of the building, one side has been a shooting range.
Right.
The other half has been an indoor archery range. And so it's a combination building. And so it is managed by Fish and Game together. Then they also have the outdoor archery range that's on that property.
So just to be clear then, the building that is indoor, is it slated to be removed at some point in the future? Is that something that, Nate, you're going to speak to?
I think
With
that's
the
what
wastewater
Nate-
treatment expansion?
Mhm.
Is that what we're being asked to consider that building staying?
Yeah.
No,
I just
this
want to
is,
be clear.
and because of the timing tonight, we're just so far off on our timing this evening. So the real question was our willingness to extend the lease for another 25 years
For that building?
for that building and the use of the property. And so Nate's going to come and share what the need of the wastewater treatment facility, streets, because unfortunately it's sitting right in the middle of our city property. And so that's why this discussion is
So my
very important.
confusion is the handouts that we have, there's a portion of one that has a highlighted area that's external. And then the building that you're talking about retaining for indoor. So there's two different areas that we're talking about.
And
Fish
Nate
Game
and Tom
Control.
will speak to
Yeah,
that.
Councilman Haverfield, in one of the lease agreements that I sent the information, there is a description of the property in one of those lease agreements that I think that might show you where it's at.
All right.
So thank you, Darren, appreciate it. So Nate, go ahead and come forward and we'll let you talk through this packet and what you've provided this evening. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Good to see you all. So with wastewater, as you're well aware, we've started the phase 2 upgrades, and that project is on track, on schedule. It is to be completed before the end of 2024. Now, to make room for those improvements, the current wastewater biosolids handling, laydown areas, drying pads, there's going to be 5 acres of the drying pads that need to go away for use for the expansion, the tertiary filters and treatment. So this summer, staff started looking into, what is the short-term and long-term efficiencies and optimization possibilities as we go through this change. One of those things was losing 5 acres is, what does that mean? And with biosolids, that means you're hauling wetter material because you don't have land to dry it. So for today, currently is what we're doing is we're able to use some land and we dry it around 40% or more. As the project gets underway next year, that we'll lose those 5 acres. We're going to be hauling about 20% solids. So in other words, we'll be hauling 80% water to the landfill. So that's going to drive up operational costs. And the obvious thing that staff came up with was land, and it needs to be in close proximity to the treatment plant. So we went and talked with fire, all the exciting news with fire and the regional group that they're working on. But it sounds like that's going to stay with this regional group. So using those 4 or 5 acres really wasn't a possibility. Then Public Works got some good news. We had a chance to talk with Darren. He reached out with us from Parks. And well, there's just over an acre and a half of land that the Nampa Bow Club that you're referring to, Councilor. And then the line that you see going straight back on your exhibit to Indian Creek that would be an additional 2 acres that streets can afford to allow the treatment plant to use. And we still had an issue of how do we get to that land, and Chief Carpenter, he allowed us to work with him through the agreement for this fire department conglomerate. I need to work on that, whatever this is going to be called. It's a big deal.
Fire district, right, the fire district.
Thank you,
yes.
Mayor. Fire district, it's a big deal. But Chief worked with us, and in the agreement, well, Councilor Lakey, yes, good to see you tonight.
Good to see you tonight.
Got language, a provision in there so that Public Works can have access across the north end of the fire property so that we can get over there if this Fish and Game lease was to be terminated. So that's the short of it. Wastewater could use another 3 to 5 acres of land and reduce operational costs by more than $2 million over the next 20 years. Thank you.
So if you were to buy, one of the things that Tom, you and I have talked about, if we were to buy property, because there is some property, we don't know that we can buy it, but the estimated cost of the property, if we were to buy that property next to our current drying beds, what did we anticipate the cost of that to be?
Yeah, Mayor. So looking at industrial land that doesn't have utility services, we came up with somewhere around $90,000 to $100,000 an acre.
Okay. So we would be in that $400,000 range.
So it would be in the $5,000 to $7,000 range.
Okay. Thank you. So stand by in case we have any questions. So I do want to make a quick comment, and that is the relationship with Fish and Game has been wonderful. And you know what you want to do is exactly what, John, what you're talking about, which is have that place for the kids and for the future. The challenge with the discussion that has just come up is that our citizens are going to end up, if we can buy the ground, it's going to cost us in that, you know, between $500,000 and $700,000 to buy ground to allow this to stay where it is. So that's a cost to every citizen in our community, which puts us in a difficult place. When you look at doing an extension for, at this point, it would be a 25-year extension, so that's another 30 years that we would be saying this ground is occupied. Unfortunately, it sits right between our streets department. You've got the fire training field and the wastewater treatment plant. It's just sitting right in the middle of that. I tell you what, I would love to see Nampa be able to take hold of this air gun shooting range and say, you know what, we're going to own it and we're going to do it well out of our community. There would be nothing better than that, and the bow hunting, because it's good for our kids. It's a wonderful sport, and so that would be awesome. But we do have a challenge because at the cost of the property, and it's something that the drying beds are going away. The cost of hauling that is going to be very expensive because you're hauling a much heavier product. And so the cost that we're going to begin incurring if we don't have drying beds. So anyway, it's going to be a little bit challenging. And if we were to try to retain parking in the building but use around it, I have to say the fragrance there probably wouldn't be the best for a location. So I don't know. It's one of those things that we need to talk through and figure out.
So Mayor, if I may just, and this is kind of a side question. So our park area out on Middleton or whatever, we do not have any extra acres currently everything's already planned for in that area. There's no area besides, and that's maybe a Darren question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking for an alternative. I mean, I'm very open about, and I haven't studied enough to say how I would totally vote, but you know me, I mean, I'm not going to put a burden on our taxpayers if we have land where we can save them some money. So, and there's no kids, I mean, 2C, there's nothing I'd like better than kids. But
Councilman, certainly I think, I don't know if it would be Midway. I think that we would be able to find a location for a new building. The issue is paying for the new building.
Well, then that wouldn't be necessarily the city. I heard from John that there's private funding and different things and, potential there. I'm just asking if there's actually would be land for such a building to possibly to go on.
I believe so.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor McLean?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sandy, go ahead.
Mayor, Nate, a couple questions. Hopefully I understood this correctly. So thinking about if we had to purchase land for the dry bed and how much it would cost was 90 to 100,000 acres, is that correct?
Mayor, Councilwoman, yes.
Okay. So if we had to purchase the property, but we saved money by not having to haul the solids, would it even out in the end, or did I miss this?
So Mayor, Councilwoman, you didn't miss it. It kind of all got rolled up. So the $2 million of savings includes prepping all the land. It does not include purchasing the land. So if you bought $700,000 of land, you'd be left with 1.5 million and 1.3 million in savings.
And then with the biosolids, kind of a follow-up on what the mayor was alluding to, the smell of it. But if we were to use that property in relationship to where the shooting range would be, is it a safety hazard, a health hazard? I mean, what is the standard on that?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilwoman, it's a great question. We do have smell. I may speak for myself. I think the biosolids smell better than a lot of the rest of the system that takes place out at the plant. But we're following all health regulations, and we've not received any complaints from our school neighbors across the creek.
Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield?
Just a quick question. I asked earlier, the building that currently is being used for an indoor range, is that scheduled to be removed as a part of the wastewater treatment upgrades?
Mayor, Councilor Haverfield, so the building is part of the lease.
Right.
And it is on its own legal description, which is part of the lease. So it has nothing to do with the wastewater facility.
Okay, so that's not a part of the growth plan, correct?
Correct.
The area behind, though, the fires, where the fire station has their tower and their training facility, that's to the northeast. That open ground that's used for an outdoor range now is what is being considered then, along with the use of that building.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, is what is being considered is by Public Works analysis was to demolish everything within the yellow square on the board.
Oh, okay, so you are looking to remove the building?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that
Depending
answers.
on the direction of council and mayor.
So Mayor, the only point I was going to bring up then is, if this is an anticipated portion of the wastewater treatment upgrades, long-term, I mean, this is a bigger dynamic than just this one use. When we're talking about the potential for another location, per Darrell's point, we're looking at the potential for a future purchase of that ground shop on the Wilson Trailhead. That's an existing building that could be somewhat repurposed, I think, for an indoor range because it's the approximate right size. But again, is that a part of something we wanted to consider as a dual use? But it would be potentially a place to have an indoor range. Outdoor would still be an open conversation, I think. We're not going to be shooting arrows over the drain. So.
Legal?
Madam Mayor, and Nate and council, just a little nuance on the building itself. The lease, under the lease, Fish and Game has an opportunity, a right to, an option to extend unless the city says they need it. And if the city says they need it, then they have an opportunity to remove the building. Since it is their building, I don't know if that's economically feasible or not. So it's not necessarily demoed by us. The Fish and Game may have an opportunity to move it to another location.
And it would be an interesting thing to see if that building was movable, right? If you could actually create a new foundation and move the building, or if it would be worth it, and that would be a separate discussion. So I'm just trying to think tonight. I don't know that we can make a decision tonight because this is a big decision. I think it's important for council to be aware, Darren, and for Evan, do we have to have a decision tonight? Or I think that everyone knows now the dilemma that we're facing as a city. And it'd be nice to have some opportunities to think creatively and figure out what we could do. And because my understanding is they went ahead and moved forward with the HVAC system, and they do have a lease for the next 5 years. And so, but during that 5 years, we could certainly start talking about where we want to be as a community and what we could do, and if there are any other solutions, or if we decide to work around this solution. So I'm thinking, are we okay if we don't make a decision this evening? Okay, Councilwoman, yes, Muchie.
So, Nate and Darren, the Fish and Game, should this remain in air range and actually start to generate revenue with some of the competitions that they've been traveling for coming here, does Fish and Game get the revenue, or does any of that come to the city?
Mayor and Councilwoman, I think may defer that to
Mayor and Councilmember Muchie. Fish and Game simply just pays a lease, 500, and I can't remember the exact amount per year. There's no provision in there for revenue sharing or anything else. So I anticipate they would keep whatever they get.
Is there a possibility, if it can turn into that type of range and can show proof of concept that that type of event can come here, is there a possibility of do revenue sharing potentially with some of the relocation?
Mayor, Councilwoman, I believe our city attorney could best speak to that as well.
If I could speak to that, we could certainly discuss that. I don't think tonight we're going to be able to come up with that answer. I think there is an economic benefit to the community of Nampa to host. And sometimes it's hard to quantify totally what that is, and we could figure out with a study what the economic benefit would be. Needless to say, it's a nonprofit organization. And so the organizations that are using the Fish and Game building through their lease, and those are two separate entities, not the one and the same, I believe. Because the lease is with Fish and Game, but what John is talking about is a separate nonprofit type organization that is using the facility. I don't know if that answered the question, but for sake of time tonight, and I apologize to put this off, thank you for the report that you've provided. This is important to really see. And so I think at this point, we as a body need to give it consideration and think about what we can do as we look to the future, what we can, it's just something that needs to be before us. So thank you. Darren, is that okay? And hopefully with Fish and Game, it's okay. We'll come back, and if they need an answer quickly, we can certainly put it on the next agenda.
I'll have some more discussion with Fish and Game, so,
Okay.
but I think we can wait at least another 2 weeks.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are very late beginning our public hearings, and so I apologize to all those that have been sitting here waiting this evening. So let's move over to the public hearing section of our meeting. Yes.
Excuse me. I don't know if this would be appropriate because I do know of our time limit, but Sharon Harris walked in. Could we take care of 5-1 very quickly?
Yes. Where did Sharon go, though? Oh, there you are. Hi. It's like I saw you come in. Yes, we could. So unless she's planning on staying for the whole evening. Nope. Actually, we can go ahead and move back. We'll just do it very quickly because it'll just take a second to move to action item. New business item 5.1 on the agenda is the reappointment of Sharon Harris to the Board of Appraisers for a 4-year term beginning on January 16th, ending in 2025.
No brainer, so move.
Second.
And discussion. That was Darrell, seconded by me. Okay, roll call.
Muchie?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Sharon, a huge thank you from all of us. You have been such an asset, and we appreciate it. Well, we appreciate your dedication. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to start with 6.1 on the agenda, and I think we have some people here to testify this evening. This is an action item. This is the de-annexation from suburban residential to county zoning to be determined by Canyon County for 1840, 1890, 090, and 18138 Celestia Drive. For a total of 5.66 acre portions of lots 1, 2, and 3 of Block 1 Birch Creek Estate subdivision. And this is for Justin Koff, David Snow, Brian Niblett, Christy Niblett. So our applicant this evening, I think we have several applicants this evening. Right, so I'm not sure how you're going to process through that as applicants, so in a public hearing, the applicants have the first opportunity to share what they're thinking and what they'd like to do. And so since we have several, I don't know if you're each going to speak or if you have someone speaking. Okay, so we'll let you come forward. When you come forward, state your name and your address, and then talk about what you're wanting to accomplish. At the conclusion of your session, we will have staff provide a staff report. We will open up the public hearing for people to testify, and then at the conclusion, the applicants have the opportunity to come back. So if you hear testimony, take notes. It's very helpful to capture comments, questions, concerns that come up during the process. Then at the conclusion, you have the opportunity to address those back before we close public hearing. Once we close public hearing, then there's no opportunity for any feedback back and forth from you as the applicants. So you must be another applicant. I see you shaking your head over there. Okay, great. Okay, so who's going to go first?
Mayor.
Yes.
Before we continue, I need to disclose for the record that I am on the Planning and Zoning Committee for Canyon County. I can still vote on this because my elected official takes precedence, over my appointed position, but I do need to disclose that.
Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, if we're ready, we'll begin with the first person. And again, as you come forward, state your name and your address. Thank you.
All right. Do you want me to just tell you when to switch the slide? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for hearing us. We appreciate you taking the time to hear us. Also, we want to thank you guys. I grew up in Nampa. My grandparents came in 1916, so I love Nampa. And I appreciate that you guys are getting downtown going again. It looks great, and I love this city. In fact, my husband and I, we do real estate, and we educate people that think Nampa is scary. And so we educate them that it is an awesome place, and they do come here, and they love it once they come. So thank you for all you do. So if you could, this is the street. It's Celestia Drive.
And can you remind, what was your name?
Christy.
Christy.
Oh, and you told me to say that, and I didn't.
Yes. Okay.
So Christy Niblett, 18040 Celestia Drive. So next slide, please. All right. So just to give you a little history of Celestia Drive. So as you can see in the picture here, you have the county on the left-hand side and the city on the right-hand side. We are the three. Whoop.
It's a little different system, so I apologize.
All right. Okay. So we're the lot on the right-hand side, us three on this side. You can't see the ones on the far end in the cul-de-sac, but they're there. And so just a little bit of history. Celestia Drive was developed in 2002 in Canyon County. It is 6 lots, approximately 2 acres, each split down Celestia Drive with 3 lots on each side. The developer sold the east side of Celestia Drive to Don Brandt in approximately 2005. Don Brandt wanted to annex to Nampa to get city access for the upcoming Ridgeview High and surrounding properties that he had interest in. And this was in July of 2005. In February 2006, Brandt annexed the east side of Celestia Drive. The utilities, however, did not use Franklin as an annexation path. They used Madison instead, which is about a half-mile west to get to Ridgeview. So next slide, please. Okay, and here you'll see the map. The gray area is the county, and then where the little arrow's pointing, that's the lots. Can you see that okay? Okay, so that's the surrounding county is the gray, and then the yellow is the city there. So you can see the annexation path that they took. Okay, next slide, please. Now, we really wanted to address some of planning and zoning's concerns. They were concerned that if they de-annex us, that we would open a big can of worms, because who else would want to do it? Now, While working with the Nampa Street Department, we discovered that there's approximately 25 private streets and 40 private county streets in Nampa. And none of these are split county and city. Therefore, since planning and zoning takes this case by case, a situation such as this will not present itself again. Okay, next slide, please. These are just some pictures of this is the end of the cul-de-sac, so you can see the county and the city. There's another look. I want you to just pay attention to the septic hookup up here. We'll talk about this in a little bit. But again, there's city and county. Okay, next, please. And there's just another shot there. Ignore the FedEx truck. He really came at bad timing. But okay, next, please. Okay, so the utilities that are available, and this is from the Nampa City Engineering Department, and it's Idaho Code. I'm going to read it. It's a little wordy, so just please bear with me. For health and sanitary purposes, the board shall have the power to compel the owners of the inhabited property within a sewer district to connect their property with the sewer system of such district. And upon a failure so to connect within 60 days after written notice by the board, so too do the board may cause such connection to be made and a lien to be filed against the property for the expense incurred in making such a connection provided. And this is where it applies to us. However, that no owner shall be compelled to connect his property with such system unless a service line is brought by the district to a point within 200 feet of his dwelling place. Okay, next slide, please. Here is Southwest District Health's application, and it says, is the proximity of the structure to the city sewer or central wastewater collection system 200 feet or less? And when I talked to Southwest District Health, their version of structure was the actual septic system. Okay, so yes or no, and ours is, we are past the 200 feet. So next slide, please. Okay, this was actually measured by one of your city engineers. So you can hardly see it up there, but if you go straight up the road that says 247 feet to that spot, and then to our actual septic hookup is what Southwest District Health would calculate as is 367. And then the closest route to the dwelling place, as the Idaho law says, is 212 feet. So we're over the 200 feet. And that would be in the garage. You can't go under the garage. The best place to get under the house, we'd have to redo all the system and everything, but would be 252 feet. So it is well beyond the 200 stipulation. They are going to put a stub. I don't know if you can see the little dot down there on the bottom, the little red dot. That's where the sewer stub is coming down USIC and where it's going to be. And so the closest is 252 that would work, and it's 200 is the law. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, other public services available. It was brought up that we use city, other city services such as police, all those kind of things. While working with the Nampa Police Dispatch, they informed me to make a test call to see which services serve us. And in so doing, I called 911, letting them know it was a test call, and it is the county that services us. Trash is also through county services. We have no water irrigation no water or irrigation within 200 feet distance. We have no street lights, no road assistance whatsoever, no maintenance, asphalt repair, or snow removal. The city parks and roads are also used by both county and city residents, as well as any other city or county. For instance, how often do we drive to Boise or Caldwell or even Meridian? We're not expected to pay their taxes because we're using their roads. And then also the other service that we have is a library card, which I do not have. But if we choose to get a library card, we would love to pay the $52 with any associated fees. So next slide, please. And here are a couple of quotes from Planning and Zoning of some support that they had said. And this is Jeff Kirkland. He stated, in this case, I'm seeing 3 lots part of a 6-lot neighborhood. When this was first annexed in, this was the plan. If anyone has reneged on the deal, it seems to be the city, because the plan was that we were going to run services in a particular area and didn't. It went a different direction. And then he went on to say in a different statement, there is a lot of land out there that is still county. Tom Turner stated, even if they stay in the city and the sewer stub gets put there, they're still not forced to connect to it. So it doesn't make any sense. We're holding half of the property owners hostage for no reason, and I'm all in favor of letting them de-annex. Last slide, please. So just wanted to ask you guys, with all these facts, do you feel as a city that it's honest to take revenue from these 3 lots, knowing that these services will not be needed and or will be provided to them? So with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Snow. I live at 18090 Celestia Drive. And I'm here, I just wanted to kind of add to what Christy said. I work in a lot of the new developments around Nampa, Meridian, and so I'm really familiar with the requirements that cities have when a property's annexed into the city. And there's a lot of different reasons the city requires the utilities and sidewalks and streetlights to get put in, but I feel like one of the reasons the city requires that is to serve the future property owners, and so that way they get a good return for their taxes. And so I think in our case, the annexation of the property served the purpose of annexing property for Ridgeview High School, and because that purpose was accomplished and used, I think later on down the road, it doesn't, serve us well to have the higher city taxes without the city services available to us. And I think even though engineering has stated that there is a sewer stub coming that will be at the end of our road, for us to use that now is a little bit too late, and it'd be extremely cost prohibitive to add. As kind of some of Christy pointed out with the measurements and the way lines would have to be run and streets torn up, and it would be cost prohibitive for us to use those services. So we're just requesting that you consider our request to de-annex, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else that wants to talk from the applicant side?
My name is Justin Koff. I live at 18138 Celestia Drive. I have the very end lot. When we originally moved in, we're in the process of trying to buy it. We actually didn't find out until our closing day that it was in the city and not the county. I had plans, obviously, to have livestock on the property right from the beginning, and I've made adjustments, obviously, to keep it within the city, but they're only having the 2 animals. And I think just having that rural feel out there is important for our whole subdivision and the people who live there. And I appreciate you guys considering this, and that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate your comments. Okay, so thank you.
I'm Brian Niblett, live at 18040 Celestia. A couple things I want to say. This is just regarding a few things these guys had said here. Did I introduce anything, or did I say it right?
You did great.
Okay. I'm sure I said the
You're
right
good.
thing. So I sold real estate for years. My dad's a retired broker. That's my whole life. My wife was also part of this with me. When you go through and try to sell a house that is in let's say it's in the city, okay, but you're paying for state taxes, but you're getting nothing with this. There's nothing included with this that you get with the city. It's kind of a hard sell. You have to say, well, you get to pay for this, but you're not going to get anything with us ever, even though you're paying for this. It's kind of a hard sell to have that just as negative on a house for that. The other thing too is, Christy was talking about the amounts of feet. We have measured, it is 367 feet to the actual septic at our house. We have the closest one there. There is no way we would ever want to come in through there and put the underground sewer system in there and pay for all the amount to come to the street and put this in there. We're under the 200 feet limit, which is the city, the state. Since that was their amounts that they gave us. And so we're definitely under that. We're almost double over that. Would not want to go through and put that back in there. And again, this is private lots. These are not like a sub where you say, hey, there's a bunch of, this is like a private street. It's not like you're saying this is a bunch of houses in there, and some are private, some are considered city and some county. This is it's a private little street. It's 6 people. And so to be like, I love my neighbors, but when I say, hey, I'm in the city, you're in the county, nah, I don't need you. I mean, I'm not being rude, I'm just saying, we're kind of divided because 3 of us are in the city and 3 in the county. So I'm going to say we're going to take up our side of the road different from your side because ours is city and yours is county, and there's a line right down the middle. I'm just saying to think of that aspect of it. It really should be in the county, just to be back the way it was in the first place, and to be the way it was. Thanks again.
Thank you. Do we have any other testimony on the applicant side? Okay, seeing none. So we'll come back, take notes if there's questions, and you guys can be prepared to answer them when we're done. Staff report. So Doug, are you doing the staff report tonight?
Yes. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Council, Doug Critchfield, Nampa Planning. So the action item before you is a de-annexation from the RA, which is a suburban residential zoning district, to county zoning. The zoning would be determined by Canyon County for the 3 lots mentioned this evening. The stated purpose from the applicants is in order to match the other properties in the Birch Creek Estate subdivision, and that the utilities were relocated down Madison Road instead of down Franklin, where they live. And so the applicant states that there's a lack of city services in the area. So as the applicant did a very nice job, and I'll try not to repeat things as we go along. This is the project location. The total of the 3 lots is 5.66. The surrounding zoning and land use to the north is RS7 zoning. It's a single family residential in the Rock Springs subdivision. To the south is RS6 zoning, which is the Astoria Park subdivision. The east is Canyon County, and the west is enclaved Canyon County properties.
Can I just interrupt
Yes.
for a second? So
Yeah.
Are you saying north and south are county or city?
City.
Okay. But yet east is county.
East is county, yes.
East side of Franklin.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the comprehensive plan, this area, these 3 lots are actually 2 different land use settings. Community mixed use is a majority. There's a little bit of medium density residential to the north. They're surrounded largely by medium density residential to the north and south, and then on the east and west is the community mixed use. Utilities in the area currently are located on USTIC. There's water and pressurized irrigation. The sewer line ends, well, it's just a little bit to the currently to the east of Madison Road, and that's the Purdom Sewer trunk line. That's planned down USTIC Road in fiscal year 2021 with an 8-inch stub to service the Celestial Drive properties. Access to the site is from Celestial Drive to USTIC Road. Here's a little closer look at the properties and the 3 property owners that in question. And this is a view of the site looking from the west from Franklin Boulevard. So the applicable regulation, I think it's important to note this doesn't come very often before the city. So bear with me here. So it mentions in section 44G of the Napa City Code, Title 10, Chapter 2, that applications to exclude or de-annex or disannex land from within the incorporated limits of the city shall be processed in the same manner as in applications to annex. The council may choose to grant or deny such applications to de-annex in its sole discretion as provided in Idaho Code Section 50-225. Decisions to grant or deny any application for exclusion, de-annexation, or disannexation do not require that the council articulate or provide findings justifying its decision. In the planning and zoning meeting discussion, just to summarize, I think that Christy did a good job in summarizing a lot of the discussion. One of the reactions from staff was that there was some concern expressed by the applicants about sewer connections and well and septic, and that was addressed this evening, that properties that are outside of that 200-foot distance from a sewer connection, they can reapply for a new septic system if their septic system fails. So that's important to note here. the applicant stated that they're paying taxes for services that they're not receiving. They also stated a desire to keep agricultural animals on the property. In response, the city stated that city taxes pay for streets, police, fire, parks, library, and other city services that the applicants benefit from. A note that was not mentioned in the planning and zoning discussion, but to respond to the question about agricultural animals, the RA zoning district allows for a limited number of agricultural animals, the district that they're in now. And those limited number of agricultural animals are one large or 2 medium-sized animals per 10,000 square feet of pasture or open area. After some additional discussion, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-3 to approve the de-annexation request. Therefore, the commission recommends that the requested de-annexation from the RA subdivision to county zoning be determined by the county with the following findings. And those findings are stated in your staff report. If the council desires, I could repeat those, but they are found in your staff report. So we did receive some correspondence from the Nampa Engineering Division that they do not support the de-annexation of the properties because of the future extension of the Purdom sewer trunk line, and that both pressure and domestic water are available at Ustick Road. We did receive a few emails from both local residents in the area as well as residents on Celestial Drive, all expressing support for the de-annexation. You also received later in a packet today some of the an email that was sent late and also expressing support. Requested action before you is to approve, which means that if you were to approve this, the properties would revert back to county, or deny, which means the properties would remain in the city. The requested action is stated this evening, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Mayor.
Yes.
Doug, I heard it stated earlier in the first presentation that the property was originally purchased, or at least developed, by Don Brandt to allow there to be a connectivity to the property to the north for Ridgecrest High School. By this request, would that connectivity be taken away, or is it being taken care of further now to the west so that there is connectivity? We don't have to worry about there being that loss of connectivity as far as for city property.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, I would defer to engineering if there's any specific information about utilities. Currently, they do run up Franklin to tie to Ridgeview High School, or excuse me, up Madison, but I could defer to Daniel on that question.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, you are correct. The annexation was originally done in order to provide connectivity from the Astoria Park subdivision to the property that Don Brandt had north of there. At the time that it was annexed, Don was planning on developing an entire subdivision in that area. He did not sell the land to Ridgeview High School till significantly later to do that. The subdivision that you see at the west end of that picture is the Timber Lake subdivision, and it does provide connectivity to the city that if this were approved, it would not cause any problems for the annexation that is existing up there.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was asking for.
I would like to, if I may, Mayor, make one comment about one of the commissioner's comments that was referenced and provide a little clarification on that, if that's all right. In Commissioner Kirkman's comment about the city not following through on commitments to provide service, that's not an accurate statement. The city, by annexing property, does not commit to utility service, and there was no commitment that we extend service to this property with that annexation. It's similar to other properties that are annexed and developed with one or one of the 3 city utilities not available, we do allow them to annex. If it's not available, they may not install it. And it's not a commitment by the city that we will then install it in the future. Similar, there's been many discussions over the years. I think the last one was with Councilman Skog regarding the annexation of enclaved areas and the discontinuity of city limits that those cause. Part of, as we looked at this and looked at our recommendation from engineering, was the thought of, by allowing a de-annexation at this point, we create the need for a future annexation of an enclaved property that would be needed sometime in the future. This area here, the area to the west of Franklin, is not currently highly developed. The property north, south, and there to the west is seeing more city development. And as we extend the sewer, we expect that pattern to continue heading east of this property. And so that would be one other thing we would like to call attention to as you deliberate on this decision.
So Mayor, may I ask, so give me, you said, Councilman Skog. The biggest shock I had 5 years ago coming in this position was to look at the number of enclave areas in the city limits. And I am totally not in favor. But in this situation, give me, I know you kind of could probably be repeating yourself to a certain extent, but what's the downside? I see north and south, which now I kind of understand why. But east and west, so we have the east side there off Franklin is still county. I mean, inevitably, might be past my lifetime. Eventually, this is impact area, so I'm sure it's going to be city. But what is the downside to the city of not letting this happen?
Of allowing the de-annexation?
What specifically is the downside now and 10 years from now? How's it going to affect us?
There's a tax revenue, obviously.
I understand from a tax revenue.
Bruner. From a standpoint of city utilities, we will have those utilities there and available to those properties. The loss of revenue potential, if it's not annexed, isn't really much, because just because they're in the city limits does not require them to connect to those utilities.
Right, that's what I'm hearing.
And so from a public works standpoint, it's more along the lines of that continuity of the city limits and providing services.
Okay, which I'm totally in favor of. I think there's always exceptions to the rule, though. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions at this time for staff? Okay, seeing none, we will open our public testimony. And Debbie, I'm going to defer to you on the list. So do we have anyone signed up that has not already spoken?
There's a Kent Whitting.
Kent, as you come forward, you'll have 3 minutes, and please go ahead and state your name again and your address.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Kent Wittig. My address is 141 Celestia Drive. So I'm one of the county neighbors. I'm in the northwest corner up there. And really, I'm just here to speak on behalf of my neighbors in support of, what they're wanting to do. And one of the things that I was thinking about from the planning and zoning meeting was there was talks and discussions about, what kind of precedents would this set, with 3 houses. And so I like looking at numbers, and I was looking, taking the current population of Nampa, roughly we're about 102,000 people. If you said there's 3 people per household, so I was doing some math and I thought, okay, well, there's about 33,800 homes. So then I thought, okay, we're talking 3 houses here. And so if you take 3 houses divided by 33,800, you have about 900,000% of some kind of precedent that's being set. And so I as a citizen, I guess I find it kind of hard to think that somebody's going to really get worked up and been out of shape over that small of a percentage. And I don't know. It's weird. The setup, living on the county side of the road, and some other questions that I have, and maybe that's something that the mayor and the council can answer. But what happens if any kind of EMT or first responders are called, and is there going to be confusion on the county side versus the city side? And I don't know if there is or not. Is it going to be clear? One of the houses in there is going to be, it's already approved for hospice care. And so I'm not thinking about it for myself necessarily, but just for our neighborhood and what kind of potential confusion is there. And I do really feel that if we could get this cleared up, where everybody, the entire development, the 6 houses total, is all zoned and in the same setting, it just removes a lot of the murky waters, some of the unknowns and potential hiccups down the road. That's all I have. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in addition to Kent, who else did we have?
We have Suzette Parsons.
Suzette here? Suzette, thank you for telling us your address. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Suzette Parsons. I live at 18091 North Timberlake Place. We live in the subdivision to the west of this property. I just know of the subdivision and the area, and I just find it really, as a citizen of Nampa, we do live in the city. We get all the city services. We have the sewer and the water and, all of the emergency services. I just find it really strange that half of their subdivision is in the county and half of it's in the city. It just doesn't make sense to me as a citizen of the city. And it just seems like that this should be cleared up and made more logical sense in how it's, both in the county or both in the city. And where it's county on the east side and the west side, it makes sense to me for it to be in the county. Plus, the large, if you have been in that area, you know that it's wide open fields. It's a county field. It really is. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greg Parsons.
I'm Greg Parsons. I live at 18091 North Timberlake Place. My wife and I have lived here in Nampa for over 20 years. So we've kind of seen the growth from the south end to the north end. And as my wife said, I think it's very beautiful to see these county areas that have that open air feel to it. And when I heard about this, when the Niblets talked to me about there's, where they live, it just doesn't, there's no logic. I do a little bit of development myself. I'm a builder, doing some house building just around the corner in the city, and I've done some in the county as well. When you have, the logic to it is if you have 3 houses on one side that are in the county, the other 3 on the other side should be in the county as well, especially with Don Brandt utilizing that probably as an access to get that to Ridgeview. They've used that. If you know how that works, that trunk line goes right up through Madison. They didn't even use that access. And so the same with Timberlake, it's been accessed that same way because they came back over from Madison. As you can see with the new development going over on Heartland Homes, over on North Side, they're popping that up North Side Road as well. And so there's no logic to having that go on if they have already been established there in the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have anyone else signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to sign up to testify in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicants to come back and have any final closing comments. If there were any questions or anything.
Doug, is there any letters that need to be read from the members?
Mayor, so there's the letters that we received, the letters those were summarized in the staff report and in the presentation. The letters were stated for pretty much the same thing, that they were all in support. So, and we did mention the names of the individuals that were.
Okay. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for any of the applicants? Yes.
I have a question. So you live in the city and your neighborhood stuff goes in the county. What's the difference in the tax?
Roughly around 2,000 a year. Did you say that's about 3? Yeah. Could you throw one of those pictures back up of the divided of the street?
From your presentation.
Yeah, if possible, just so they have that to look at. Did you have any other questions?
Lot sizes.
They're all roughly the same. Yeah.
So I do have a question, and that has to do with, remind me what your lot sizes are?
Just under 2 acres.
Okay, and so the animals that the people on the county have, do the people on the county side have more animals? Or is it all pretty much the same?
I've actually had to, when we moved in there.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. That way we can hear you. Thank you.
My original plans were to have a couple of cows and a couple of goats, and we ended up obviously having to downsize that to where right now all we have is a couple of goats and a couple of chickens to stay within the city's ordinances. And one last quick point that I just wanted to make while I was already up here, if you don't mind. One of the comments earlier was about how basically you guys don't like all the split areas of county and city. And just to point something out, we are kind of the breaking point of that little county to the west of us, so it would actually be helping things.
There you go.
Do you have any other questions?
Good boy. Except north and south per city, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, do you have any additional questions for the applicants before we close public hearing?
Mayor, I have a question for Doug. You mentioned that you had recommended conditions in this packet. I don't see anything.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, there are no recommended conditions.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yes, you may.
Brian Niblett, again, live on Celestia in the first house. So I was going to say also there, as you guys, not you guys, as they are going to come through and put the sewer in with a stub, they're going 30 feet down because the way the water, I'm not sure the way it drains, help me out, the way it drains or however it is. They're going to have to put a riser up to the front of our sub. Again, we're 367 feet away. And on top of that, talking with John Spencer, he is the guy that came out and talked with us about things going around there from the city for you guys. As he's one that actually measured this with us, right there, he measured this. He said that there is water that we could get, but it's over 200 feet away on the corner, and it's not being put in. So I think that's really odd. I'm not trying to pick at anybody here, but I'm saying you guys are having the sewer put all this stuff in to redig it up again in the future and put the water line in if we ever have water. We don't have water. There's no water there. It's 200 feet on the next corner, and it's going to be dug up twice. So I just want to make that point of we're not going to have water, and we don't need the sewer. We won't use the sewer. I don't want to spend all the money to come up to my house to the sewer. So.
Thank you for sharing that. We appreciate it. Okay. If there's no other questions for applicants, I would stand for, okay, Daniel.
Mayor, I would just like to correct that statement. There is city water available in Ustick as well as pressurized irrigation in Ustick at Celestia Drive. It's not at the intersection. It is in Ustick and in front of the drive there. So, yes.
Mayor. Daniel, just for the sake of the council, you don't put water and sewer in the same trench anyway, right?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, no. And the decision for the city to stub to Celestia Drive for the sewer is a cost-saving measure for the development in the future. It's much cheaper to extend that sewer and put that stub in, bring it up to the elevation it needs to be, rather than make someone come back in the future if this property were to ever redevelop to go to a higher density, be redeveloped. Not likely to happen with the current owners, but we've seen it in other areas where older developments, once they sell, people look at, okay, how can I maximize my land, possibly make some money, and at that point they may want the sewer. So we would stub to those properties, a mainline stub to Celestia to be allowed to be extended, similar to we do single-family residences along there. We stub to those to help facilitate connection in the future at a more reasonable cost than it would be to actually go down 30 feet and extend that.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further comment or question, I would stand for a motion to close. Was there another comment?
Oh, I might have one quick thing to add.
You may.
When we're talking about the utilities, it just has me thinking about, and maybe you could help us answer the question, but what would I need to do to use the water at the corner of Ustick? What would I need to use the pressurized irrigation at the corner? I think the construction project that it would take for me to use that is so cost prohibitive that even though that they're there, it doesn't do us as property owners a lot of good for it to be there. And then my other question that I keep having is, at the time of annexation, there's a lot of benefit for a developer to annex into the city. They can do more with their land, and they can use the city services. So why at the time of annexation was there no requirement on the developer to do any improvements that would benefit the future landowners? And I think it's because there was another motive for the annexation. And I guess that's kind of what I said earlier, is that purpose has been served, but it's not serving us now. So I feel like, that's why we're asking for the annexation, is that it could just be better served and more of a requisite, more of a payback for what you're getting and what we're using and what's available to us. So, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Those were excellent closing final comments. So I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So
moved.
All in favor?
Give it to Everhill.
Oh.
All in favor, everybody said aye, right?
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, council.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to de-annex the 18040, 18090, and 18138 Celestia Drive, and refer back to Canyon County.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Just Mayor, I think, inevitably, down the line, that may not be your ownership. I think eventually this will be city with the growth and so on, and would it be in the impact area, but I think you've done your homework well. And like I said, I think this is the exception to the rule. I'll fight the battles for more of the other enclave areas that we have in Nampa, so I'll be voting also in favor.
Okay, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you for coming. Thank you for doing your homework. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Can make contributions to the city, anytime you would like, because the loss of tax.
I'll get a library card. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun with your class.
Yes. You can have them now. Okay, so item 6.2, I'm looking at the time. What do we have from a testimony standpoint on 6.2?
I have James Hagan signed up, and it looks like he must be the applicant.
Okay. And then I see this lovely lady sitting here. So what are you here for tonight?
I was told to come, I live at 600 North 44th Street, and I have requested to be annexed into the city. Was scheduled also for December 21st, but Doug Hughes will come tonight.
Okay. So
Number 4.
it's number 4. So what I'm thinking, at some point, we need a quick break, just because, and you guys may too, but I don't want to have people waiting. If we don't have anyone signed up for 6.2 or 6.3, do we have anyone signed up for item 6.2 or 6.3? You do? Okay. Okay, you're 6.2, okay. And then 6.3, I'm sure we have someone. Do we?
6.3, I have nobody, but I'll.
Okay, so it's going to be the people. Zach Puff, I don't know who that is, okay. Okay, we will get there as quickly as we can, and I'm so sorry you're having to wait so long for both of you. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. Could we take a very fast 5-minute break? Okay, let's be quick, guys. We're going to do a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come right back and dig into your items.
Snacks are.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we're just going to have to get you involved here in Napa. Or do you live outside of city?
Barely, I think it was Greenhurst, or half of it.
Well,
there.
So sorry, that's
And
not-
my son.
Wow.
It's the only place to get tortillas, and so I don't know where to go get good yellow corn.
Can you imagine your whole body?
You know what, they're just generic.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin with action item 6.2 on the agenda. So this is a zoning map amendment from community business to RS6, single family residential, 6,000 feet, and modification of a development agreement. Ordinance number 3561, rescinding the conditions for a commercial building to match nearby architectural facades, building orientation, and limiting impact of commercial lighting and fencing to the neighborhood, specifying commercial signage, landscaping, et cetera, for a commercial building at 904 7th Avenue North. This is for James Hagan, representing Zachariah P. Dean. So is our applicant with us? Hi, come on forward and I'll let you say your name again and your address. And thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is James Hagan. I'm here, I live at 916 7th Avenue North, and I didn't come as prepared as the previous applicant, so. So this house was originally in the Sylvan Heights subdivision, still is. It was started in 1910, so it goes back a long ways. My understanding is when American Tire bought the property, roughly in 2010, developed that into a commercial property. This house was attached to that property. And later he decided to sell the property, didn't need the entire piece for his business. And so when the property sold, it actually stayed commercial when it probably should have been moved back to residential. It's in a residential neighborhood and it's in a cul-de-sac. There is no easement to it from Commercial Tire as a commercial property. And this only came to light recently because I'm trying to purchase the property, and when the appraiser went to look at the zoning, he did catch it as a commercial, and then therefore I wouldn't be able to insure it. And so I've asked to have it rezoned back to residential.
Thank goodness it was caught.
Yes.
Yes, that's good.
So the owner of it now, Zachary Dean, he's a veteran. I'm also a veteran, and his appraiser didn't catch it, so there was potential problems with it. So it's being used as residential use. It always has been. It's never been commercial. There's 4 adjacent properties to it that are all residential, and so I just asked it to be moved back.
Isn't it? Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions? Okay, and as you heard me share with the group before, take notes if there's anything that comes up during the public hearing and discussion. We'll have you back at the end to share as a close.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Staff, Rodney.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, City of Nampa Planning and Zoning. I think the applicant stated his purpose and the requested action clearly, so I'm going to skip forward. The applicable regulations in this case, there's twofold. Zoning map amendments must reasonably be necessary in the interest of the public, further promote the purposes of zoning, and agree with the adopted comprehensive plan for the neighborhood. And then criteria to guide the council in deciding whether to rescind the development agreement as proposed are absent from any statute. So it's clearly an agreement between the city and the property owner. And a lot of freedom to make a decision there. Just general information, a little over half an acre. It is in the medium density residential designation on our comprehensive plan. They are requesting the zoning be RS6 instead of BC. The surrounding land uses, I forgot to move forward on the zoning there. You can see that on the screen now. A little closer view here. Quite a bit surrounded by BC to the east, to the north, to the south, and then to the west is the RA designation. And that's a suburban residential designation. See an aerial view here. I think I get a little closer view there. There's the car lot there, and to the east is the American, sorry, I'm getting an echo here. It's throwing me off. American Tire and Auto Repair Services to the east, and then the south is the Phyllis Canal, you can see, but also that empty vacant lot just directly to the south. And then west is rural. So utilities are, there is water available to the site, but sewer and irrigation are not in the area, and they are not requesting utilities at this time. So access would be from 7th Avenue North, which is a private roadway with an easement. There was some concerns about what that easement means for the southern property down here to the south of this one, but that's a civil matter between the two property owners, and will be worked out through title work and looking at the easement. This is a history of the property. I placed this in your staff report. Maybe I won't go through the details here. Essentially, they've gone kind of back and forth about residential use and then considered it for BC commercial use, and then now they're wanting to go back. Okay, these are the recommended findings, and essentially it's just following exactly the code, that it's reasonably necessary, it's in the interest of the public good, and it conforms to the comprehensive plan. So code enforcement, we did receive a response back. They have a 6-foot fence out on the property, which would not comply with the RS6 zoning designation. That was done with a commercial building, a commercial permit for the fence. The applicant has stated that they're willing to bring that back to RS6 standards, so we have no concerns if that's done. Engineering does not oppose it. Building department standard request for Title IV. And then this one is the property owner to the south and the original property owner, and he just states that he's in favor of this coming back to rural residential as it has been operated already. Pretty straightforward here. These are the recommended conditions. They're in your packet, and then any other conditions that you see fit that are necessary. And then I placed both potential motions on the screen. We need 2 motions here for the development agreement modification or rescinding it, and then the zoning map amendment from BC to RS6. And I would stand for questions.
And I don't see any questions. Thank you for just leaving the motions on the screen. So this is a public hearing, and Debbie, we don't have any, excuse me, this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that would like to testify? And seeing none, this would be an opportunity for the applicant. If you have anything you need to say or clarify? Are we good? Okay. So I would say, are there any questions from council for staff? I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Council, what's the will?
Mayor, I'll make the motion that as read on the screen, that these 2 motions be accepted.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Do they have to be broken into 2 separate motions? To our legal?
It's probably cleaner.
Let's do it twice then.
So do we get to read them then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll read the first one at least. So move that the zoning map amendment from BC Community Business to RS6 for 904 7th Avenue North for James K. Hagan. Would staff recommend findings and conditions?
So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Yes.
Mucci. Yes. Bruner.
Yes.
And for the second portion?
specifies vertical signage, landscaping accepted for commercial purposes, 904 7th Avenue North of James K. Neighbors.
Second.
Mayor, I think something's wrong with Councilwoman Mutchie's microphone. It doesn't seem to be working.
There is Mark told me that there's something wrong.
With it? Okay.
You said next week everything will be perfect.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Who was our second on that? Remind me.
I was.
You were, okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
There you go. Now you can go home. So, thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, item 6.3 on the agenda is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 at 3919 East Locust Lane. This is also known as Block 1 of Happy Trail subdivision, and this is in order to split the property into two single-family residential lots, one of which has an existing home for Rocky Mountain Roofing. Zach Puffy? May be saying that wrong. Is Zach online with us this evening? He's waiting. I don't see anyone here.
He told me he was going to be here.
Is he online by any chance?
This is Andy Cuellar with Mason Associates.
So are you speaking on behalf of Rocky Mountain Roofing and Zach?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could you state your name again and your address?
Yes. Angie Cuellar with Mason Associates, and the address is 924 3rd Street South, Nampa.
Angie, thank you. So go ahead and feel free to move forward. Do you have anything you want to show us, or will you just be talking?
I'll just be talking. I apologize for not being there in person today.
That's fine. Thank you for joining us on Teams.
We are speaking today on behalf of Rocky Mountain Roofing, who wishes to annex his piece of property at 3919 East Locust Lane in not Nampa proper right now, but he wishes to annex it into the city with the zone of RS 8.5. This zone that was chosen not for density purposes, but to match the zoning of the property directly to the east, to be contiguous. Mr. Puffy wishes to annex and split his property into two parcels, one with the existing home to remain, and it's kind of on the southern portion of the property. And then he wishes to divide the property into one more lot for another additional home. And that's the extent of his wishes as coming into the city. He does have a desire to keep his well with the existing home. He understands that he will be hooking up to city water and pressure irrigation for any future new development home that goes into his property there. But the desire is to keep the well, and when we were with planning and zoning, they seemed agreeable to that. I do believe, I don't know if Daniel's still there, the city engineer. I don't want to put words into his mouth if he's not, but if he's still there, I do believe he was also agreeable to keep the city water for the new home, and let Mr. Puffy keep his well for as long as it lasted with his existing home. We've gone through the staff report. We have no issues with dedicating the 50 feet that has been asked by the city engineer for the right-of-way. We have no problems with issues with that. And really, we have the only issue is the water with well for the existing home. And we do know that there's city water and city pressure irrigation in the properties directly to the east that are being developed. Sewer at this point in time is still out of reach. I believe the city engineer said it was approximately 700 feet away. So Mr. Puffy will not be able to attach to city sewer at this time, but he will attach his new home to city water and pressure irrigation, as well as dedicate the right-of-way and any conditions that the council may see fit to impose. With that, I just stand for questions.
Thank you, Angie. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Mayor, I have either a question for Angie or for Rodney, whoever's better. We have our recommended conditions of approval that you put in our packet. I didn't see anything on here as far as a cross-access agreement, but I assume that would be a part of this requirement as well, that the developer would require that.
Correct. Yeah, and typically that's done as part of the splitting of the property. But, so yeah, we could add that to the conditions here if
Okay.
that makes it cleaner.
Yeah, just want to make sure that that's an understanding going in, that there's an access to the back parcel. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield. Are there any other questions for our applicant? Okay, seeing none. Rodney, are you doing the staff report?
I am.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Rodney Ashby, Planning Director. I'm still getting quite an echo. I will kind of skip over this first slide. It outlines exactly what the applicant has already stated. The comprehensive plan designation in this area is medium density. You can see here it's totally surrounded by medium density. The proposed zoning is RS 8.5. And you can see here the zone surrounding it, RS 6 to the north, RS 8.5 to the east, and a little bit farther to the south is also RS 8.5, then county ag to the west. It's a 3-acre parcel, just a little over 3 acres, and it's currently zoned ag. So surrounding land uses, to the north is Locust Lane, Southern Ridge subdivision. To the south is Reidenbach Canal, some enclave properties, and then the New York Landing subdivision. To the east is rural residential. To the west is enclaved rural residential zoned ag. Public utilities, city water and pressure irrigation systems are currently being constructed as part of the New York Landing number 1 subdivision and will be available to the property. You can see it following the eastern border of this requested annexation property. Existing well can continue, and Angie questioned this, but this I'll put words in Daniel's mouth. Existing well can continue until property splits, and then water and pressurized irrigation will be available from eastern property line. The property where the existing home is will not be required to connect to utilities and services at that time, but the new parcel that's created, if they develop, they will need to connect to utilities. Gravity sewer is not readily available. Nearest is 720 feet west of the property in Locust Lane. Public services, I didn't receive any responses from police or fire departments, but both already service cities incorporated areas near the location, and this is a very small annexation. Physical site characteristics, we have a single family home. I thought I had a better view of this, but there's the single family home there, and 2 accessory buildings. One's out in the front here, and then one back here. And then transportation is access taken from Locust Lane. And these are the stated correspondences that we've received, and they're in your staff report. These standard responses, and the applicant's already mentioned some of these, including the 50-foot dedication of right-of-way for Locust Lane. And then Nampa Parks has requested that an easement be established along the Reidenbach Canal's south side, 20 feet from the top of bank for the possible, I think this is actually, yeah, right along here, southern side of that property, for future Reidenbach pathway. And that is on our master plan. So the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend it on November 10th, and no real additions to the conditions already discussed. Idaho State Code is placed on the screen for your consideration, and since this is the applicant applying for it, it complies with these conditions. So these are the staff recommended findings. We could add, I think that's a really good idea to add the condition that access be ensured for both the properties. And in addition that I didn't state it clearly here, but the existing home continue to use the well that is already existing on the property. And any new lot created would need to connect to utilities, if available to the site. So these are those conditions, and with the changes I just discussed. And I placed a potential motion on the screen for your consideration. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Rodney. Yes.
Question. Since we don't see a proposed plat, I assume it's understood that the breaking into two lots would both have to be complying with area requirements for an RS 8.5.
That's correct.
So is that just an understanding that is out there, or does it need to be stated in the motion?
That is just an understanding. I mean, if they split these lots, they'll need to comply with those conditions. It is a requirement in order for anything to be developed on them.
Otherwise, I mean, one of the lots could be in non-compliance, the other one being larger. So if it's not stated, I'm just wondering what, since we don't see a platted proposal, if that needs to be stated.
I mean, you could put it in your conditions, but it is a requirement of development. We would not even entertain a permit if they're not complying with that.
Okay.
Thank you for asking the question. It's good because you could come back and ask for a variance, right? And I think it's probably a good idea to do exactly as you've suggested. So, okay. Are there any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll move into the public hearing portion of our meeting. There is no one signed up to testify on behalf or in opposition to this recommendation, and I do not see anyone in the room that is here to do so. That said, the applicant is online. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff before we close public hearing? Yes.
Rodney, I was just looking at on what says my page 483, and it's the division of showing what's county property and what's going to be city property. And before I make my comment, is I would much rather, and I've said this many times, have someone come to us and want to be annexed in than us force their annexation. But aren't we kind of creating the same thing that we just got out of with the first applicant when you look at the way that this is designed?
So this is a mayor and councilwoman Levi. This one is a little different because they are requesting a building. They're requesting it so that they can construct a building on the property. In the county, they could not do it under the ag zone designation.
Thank you.
Good question, though. Thank you. Okay, with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council.
Yeah, just for clarification, Rodney, you said there was a third, well, I asked about a cross access. We talked about that. We talked about the confirmation of the lot size to meet the RS 8.5. What was the third item that you had?
The well, that it can continue for the existing.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I would make a motion to allow the annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 with the recommended conditions of approval in our packet, along with adding the requirement that a cross-access agreement be a part of the platting for the two lots, that the two lots would both meet the RS 8.5 requirement for area, and that the well would be able to be retained for use on the back parcel, as stated by staff, until it would be necessary for them to connect to the city water.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay. Angie, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to item 6.4 on the agenda. I think that's you. So this is annexation and zoning to high density multifamily residential at 600 North 44th Street. And this is for an existing single family home to connect to city water service for Elizabeth Dreyer. Elizabeth, thank you. That's you, right, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and share your address again. Is it the 600 North? 44th
Yes, 600
Street?
North 44th Street, Napa.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and you can restate what you want to do if you want to.
Well, I'm not sure why I'm here, other than I've already applied. I've already got everything passed. So I was told that you guys might have questions. So I can give you some background if that helps.
Well, actually, in the process, it's a public hearing process, so it isn't actually passed until tonight.
Okay.
So that's why you're here. And thank you for coming and sitting so long. It's always nice to see the face of the person. I don't know if we've got another person that maybe is online for the same thing, but thank you for your patience.
Oh, you're welcome.
And just joining us this evening. And so you're wanting to connect so that you can have city water service, correct?
Yeah, the property, I purchased this property earlier this year, and it is actually originally a 3-acre property. I posted just under 1 acre of the 3 acre. The other 2 acres are being developed by in multifamily housing. And so my well is over on their property. So if I could, I would like to drill one on my property, but for the sake of everybody involved, I think that just going into the city and hooking up with the city with the water and sewer would be much easier.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. Does council have any questions? Okay, so as you've been watching this evening, we'll go through the public hearing. This will be fast, I think, and then
Okay.
we'll come back to you with any questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, Doug.
Okay, Mayor and Council, Doug Critchfield, Napa Planning. So this is for annexation and zoning to RMH. This is a high-density multifamily residential zone at 600 North 44th Street. The purpose is to release interest in a shared well agreement and to connect with city water sewer service. This is the location of the property on 44th Street. So the comprehensive future land use map shows this is high density residential and it's surrounded by the same. The existing zoning is this currently county rural residential. To the north is multifamily residential, county rural residential to the south and to the east, and then Happy Valley 3 subdivision in the RA zoning district to the west. The density that's proposed this evening allows for 77.12 dwelling units per acre. This parcel would allow 75 dwelling units maximum density if it was ever developed that way in the future. The utilities are on 44th Street, sewer and water main. Irrigation main is on the west side of Happy Valley Road. Access is from North 44th Street, and the city provides services to the adjacent properties. If the parcel is fully developed with 75 dwelling units, it could have an impact on city service levels. This is a view of the property looking to the east from North 44th Street. and applicable codes and regulations. These are placed in your staff report. The full list of potential uses on page 19 through 21 of the staff report. For a property to be annexed, it has to be contiguous with city limits, and this property adjoins the city limits on its north and west property lines. Correspondence, we received correspondence from Nampa School District encouraging development of sidewalks and street lighting if the property ever fully develops. The Nampa Building Department required Title IV requirements as standard language. Engineering Division had general comments. Those are also stated in your staff report. Note that the city water is available on North 44th Street and that hookup fees required to facilitate the connection have been paid. Recommended findings are also stated in your staff report. This does meet the needs of the city to be contiguous, and it can be reasonably assumed to be available for orderly development of the city within city limits. The conditions of approval is stated in your staff report, and any other condition that the council wishes to oppose. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for Doug?
Mayor.
Yes.
Doug, so it's purely the intent of, and maybe I could have asked her when she was up here, to retain the current conditions as far as utilization of the property as it is today, not to create any high-density housing development at this point in time. Is that the understanding that you had?
Yes, Mayor and Council Member, that is our understanding.
Okay, so the requirement or the request by the Nampa School District is without merit until a development takes place.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And was that correct? Yes, okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so this is a public hearing and we do not have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to. And I don't see anyone in this room that would be here to testify. So with that, Elizabeth, do you have any closing comments or anything further you'd like to clarify or add before we close public hearing? Thank you. And council, do you have any questions for Elizabeth? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, council.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we annex the property to RMH at 600 North 44th Street, parcel R317140100 for Elizabeth Dyer, case number 180-20 and conditions of approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Mutchie,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Elizabeth, thank you for your patience tonight. You're good to go.
You mean you don't want to stay longer?
We're shooting for 11. So.
Yeah. Good night. Okay, item 6.5 on the agenda is another action item. This is annexation and zoning to RD zoning district at 216 North Middleton Road. This is a 2.59 acre parcel for an existing family home and barn to connect to city water service for Cecilia Shields. Hi, Parker.
Hi,
Welcome. This is the first time we've had you here.
that is right.
Good. So is Cecilia online tonight or?
She stated that her daughter, son-in-law would be speaking, connecting over the phone. I'm not sure if they are on here or not.
Mayor, who is Parker?
I was going to say, have we forgotten?
Would you like to introduce yourself to the council?
I thought he was just an intern.
That's what I thought. I was a BSU student.
I am so sorry.
I am Parker Bodley, Planning and Zoning Department Associate Planner. I have been with the city for about a year now. Yeah.
He just hasn't had the privilege of getting to come here.
That is
right?
correct.
So, Councilwoman Levi, I won't feel bad if you say you did not know who Mr. Bodley was.
I had no idea.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've got one of those cards.
a few different of the committees, and this is my first time at City Council, so it is a pleasure to be here.
We welcome you, and I'm sorry I didn't introduce you. Excuse me.
You know, you can hear a lot now.
Yeah. I did start as an assistant planner, so that's why.
And was recently promoted. You applied for this position.
I did.
Yes. Thank you for doing so. That's great. Okay, so do we think they're there? I see a guest up in that far left-hand corner. Is there a mat up there? I can't see it very well from here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, so who else there's a telephone number up there. I don't know their names, so I'll let you find them. That's kind of hard.
It is Nancy and Jerry Smith. If you're on, you'll have to hit *6 before you can speak. I did speak with them earlier today, and they said they would be on, but it doesn't look that way.
Well, you're welcome to go ahead and get started on their behalf. And then if, do you have a telephone number for them?
I do have a telephone number for the applicant.
Maybe Rodney or Rick could call the applicant and see if they're on. Thank you. The hardest part, it just creates a little stress, is when your applicant isn't here, right?
That is right.
That makes it harder. Well, Parker, go ahead and share the staff report side, and then we can hear from the applicant.
Okay. So the requested action is for annexation and zoning to RD at 216 North Middleton Road. It's located on the east side of Middleton Road between Orchard and Smith for Cecilia Shields. The stated purpose from the applicant is for the existing single-family home in a barn to connect to city water.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. We were on the other line and we had to call in on our cell phones because we could not get through. I apologize. Would you like me to go ahead? I don't know where you're at in the agenda.
Go ahead and start. We'll just shift back to you real quickly, and then we'll follow up with the staff report. So go ahead and share with us your name, your address, and what you're wanting to accomplish.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm assuming this is Mayor Debbie Kling. Thank you. Thank you, members of the council, for allowing us to be there. Sorry we couldn't be there in person. We're calling from Weiser, Idaho. We're representing mother-in-law, Nancy's mother, Cecilia Shields. She's 92 years old, owns a small farm on 216 North Middleton, Nampa, Idaho. And to thank Parker Bodley and Brianna Howell of the Planning and Zoning in treating our mom, our 92-year-old mother, with tremendous respect and dignity as we worked to get her water on her small farm. What happened is her well went dry. We tried to re-drill the well or find the well, found out that in 1950, someone had built the garage over the well itself, so we had to get through concrete to get to it. So we decided that we needed water as soon as we could, and both Parker and Brianna worked very well with us and got us connected to city water. So thank you to them. I don't know if they're on the line, but very good staff that you have there. I really don't have a lot of concerns. I just have more of a question to council and the mayor. As when Cecilia came in and she signed up for the city water, I think it was October 20th of 2020 here, and she paid the $3,500 for the hookup plus $905 for the for a total of about $4,500. We were unaware at that time that we needed to grant a 50-foot easement, or I guess right-of-way easement, that would take up probably about 20% of the property that she owns because of the way the property is built there. It's kind of in a triangle shape, and if you look, that 50 feet would take, we have 540 feet all along the Middleton Road And so if you take that 50 feet off of there, it really lessens the value of the property. And we didn't know, but listening for the last 2 hours, we see that a lot of people need to give up that 50-foot right-of-way. But as you look at that property, there's tremendous residential property to the north that have all built on that road. And so I guess my questions would be, if we do have to go along with that right-of-way, which I assume we will, obviously, if everyone else is doing that, but what about the folks to the north that who all built within 20 feet of Middleton Road? What are we going to do as we look down the road for their annexation into the city? And my question, and the reason I'm asking that, is for your consideration. Is first, is there an opportunity of being exempt from the right-of-way until they are forced into the same situation, or not? And then, is there, instead of just giving a right-of-way, is there any monetary means to grant that 50 feet on their property? And that's the only questions I had.
Thank you. And could you remind us of your name?
Jerry Smith.
Jerry Smith. Thank you, Jerry. I guess Bodley said that earlier, but thank you. So, Parker, as you step into your staff report, would you be able to also address or provide answer to this question? Or Daniel, you're going to? Well, why do you want to answer it now? Okay. So Jerry, we'll have Daniel actually answer your question, and then we'll step into the staff report.
Mayor, Councilman, the question regarding right-of-way dedication, it is a standard condition for properties that are on arterial or collector roadways that were developed in the county long ago, and the road right-of-way for those arterials and collectors is a prescriptive right-of-way, and that's 25 feet from center of the roadway. As we look at what our needs are for those roadways going into the future, we need 100 feet of right-of-way to develop the roads that are needed in the future. The concerns over, and as a legislative action, the annexation, it is the one time that we have the city has the authority to require that dedication without compensation. And so it brings down the need for funds to build those roads in the future, or we would need to use tax dollars to buy that property in the future. So that's the reason that Engineering and Public Works has, for my entire tenure at the city, required that dedication at the time of annexation. As we look at those future properties that may have built closer to the road than we currently would like them, oftentimes they're not, the houses themselves are not 25 feet or 20 feet off the edge of the road. Typically, they're typically about 25 to 30. And so we can still do our roadway improvements in there. Just get the houses closer to the road than we would like. If they do really come in that far, we would ultimately likely have to purchase the property to build the road at some point in the future.
So a quick question for you. When you look at the fact that that has 540 feet of frontage, does it leave it as a sellable lot once you pull 50 feet off of there? Is it so, what's the depth of that lot?
So, Mayor, I was looking at that, and you do have the north corner piece where it does come to a point at the roadway there at Ashley Lane Avenue and Middleton Road. The 50 feet would move that point farther to the west, but the entire property itself is about 2.5 acres as I look at it. So the percentage of property they would be giving up, I was looking for my calculator app and I was going to do that, but I didn't get a chance to. It's likely not it would not prevent them from developing it further. It may limit what they can do at that very north end, but the property is fairly wide at the south end. So they, depending on what were to be developed, if it were to go commercial like the property to the south, it would be an area where they may have to have a little bit of landscaping and some parking up in that area, but not put a structure.
Well, a point of clarifications on the calculations, if I may. The calculation would be about 1/2 of an acre that would be lost.
And I believe that. That's not untypical for a property that has a significant amount of frontage on a roadway to have that.
And when I say lot, I'm just talking about the right of way. Use of that land as it goes into his triangle means that you would have to pull back probably another 100 feet from the north, which would take even more property away.
So Mayor, clarification, Daniel, so 50 feet. So you say it's 25 feet from the middle of the road?
That is, Mayor, Councilman Bruner, that is what the existing prescriptive easement for Station Road is.
It's 25, and you're expanding, and we're expanding.
So
that.
we would be asking for an additional 25 feet and get the entire 50 as fee simple ownership to the city rather than a prescriptive easement that is there.
Got it. Understood.
There we go. Okay. So,
Thank you.
there you go.
These could add Monday Night Football on.
Yeah, watching something. That's the joy of Teams and using this webinar technology.
Mayor?
So yes.
I'm not sure where we're at in the process, but a question I have is why an RD zone? Can you answer that, Parker?
The applicant didn't state why they requested that specific zoning. It does fit in with the comprehensive plan. If we want to ask the applicant, then we can do that.
Okay. The storage complex to the south is a BC zone, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the right-of-way, as far as for their setbacks, is already in place. So the one slide that we have in our packet indicates what that would look like as far as the road frontage along Middleton Road for this property. Do you know, Parker, is there a landscape setback in addition to the 50-foot setback from the center line of the road?
For a residential subdivision, it is 25 feet.
So it'd be 50 feet from center line, 25 feet in addition to that. So it'd be a full 75 feet to the front of any to any building.
Wow.
Okay.
Good question, Randy.
Thanks.
Councilman Haverfield, I should say. Excuse me.
So, John, I wait for the staff report, so we'll let you go back. And then, so Mr. Smith, we'll come back to this for the public hearing to ask any additional questions of you, so you'll have an opportunity to follow up. But let's go ahead and move to Parker to provide the staff.
Okay. We were, the general information for the lot, it's a 2.59 acre lot. The zones and a proposed zoning is RD. The surrounding land uses north is R1, County. To the south is BC, which is community business, key lock storage. To the east is R1, Canyon County, and RS6 being the. Excuse me while.
Is that Kirk Carpenter? I'm sorry.
No. Oh.
To the west, C1, which is neighborhood commercial, and that is Meg's Barn House, which is a commercial use. The applicable regulations, being the property owner consenting, and is contiguous. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The future land use designates it as medium-density residential. These are the permitted land use in the RD zone, mostly consisting of residential uses and permitted signing. The utilities are all available in Middleton Road. And as the applicant stated, they have paid for connection fees already. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval on November 10th, not adding any conditions other than those listed in the staff report. These are the recommended findings, and those are found in the staff report. It is contiguous, as I stated before. And the recommended conditions are those recommended by the City Engineering Department Division, being the 50-foot right-of-way and complying with all the city codes and policies and upon redevelopment, and other conditions that you wish to impose upon that. And I will stand for any questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just again, for a point of clarity for the council and for the applicant, there would be no roadway improvements required as a part of this annexation request in the zoning to RD. It's at the point in time in the future when the development takes place for the RD, for density housing or whatever it might be, or splits, that a road improvement would be required to be placed or in place, or possibly even put in escrow for a future installation if Middleton hasn't grown, I guess, or been improved enough. But anyway, just a point of clarity. So this request doesn't change anything on the road frontage. It's at a point in time in the future when a development takes place that would have to be looked at by the future developer.
Are there any further questions or comments for staff at this time? Seeing none, let's move into public hearing, and I don't believe we have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to this request. Okay, so at this time, council, do you have any questions for the applicant or any comments for staff? Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I like it when people come forward and they request the annexation. But the thing that concerns me, maybe it's because I just can't get the visual on it, is the 50-foot right-of-way and the 25-foot landscaping buffer, and what really does that leave as usable for this person? I don't want to deny them the request to have the water, but at the same time, what are we doing?
Well, and a comment or question, can the council, if we so choose, approve the annexation and zoning for the water, but not accept the recommended 50-foot easement, but allow for the standard easement that's currently in place for that piece of property? So I'd like to have a discussion, unless Councilwoman Levi, is that kind of where you were headed?
Correct.
Regarding that?
Correct, that's where I'm headed, but kind of to grow on that, if I might just a little bit, Mayor, is if the properties to the south are having to grant that same 50-foot, then is the road going to narrow right there to expand back out? I mean, somebody help me.
You can see it on my screen. That's the area that would basically be in alignment with what's down here. This is the road, this is the landscape. So this is what's left for them to develop in the future. Pardon? Oh, no. He said it took a half an acre of that. So there's still quite a No.
Mayor, Councilman Levi. So I've brought up on my tablet and up on the screen. So from the center of the road to the front of the house is approximately 90 feet. So a 50-foot dedication would put it approximately at about, a little bit less than that red line there. So a little bit in front of the trees that are in front there. So somewhere about a little bit farther to the Middleton Road side of what's shown on that.
But then if you add another 25-foot landscaping buffer to that,
So the
Can you
existing house is currently about 15 feet from where that landscape buffer would terminate. And that landscape buffer would be required with a subdivision plat. If they were to develop it in a where they did not split the lots up, then it would just be the standard 20-foot setback. So it would really depend on how they chose to develop it, whether or not it would be a 20 or 25-foot additional setback there.
and then could you go back and clarify, as Councilwoman Levi was mentioning, so you've got the properties to the north and south. Are they both 25-foot easements?
Mayor, Councilman Levi, so it appears that for some reason, and this is a historical issue, sorry.
I was wondering.
Sorry. It doesn't appear that the right-of-way dedication happened when the storage units were developed. They did install all of the road improvements that were done, so that's likely something we need to go back and talk to the property owner and get that right-of-way dedication done. Where the improvements are already in there, it's unlikely that they would oppose that dedication, get it off of their tax burden and turn it into right-of-way. So engineering will have that conversation with them. The properties to the north are existing residential that was developed in the county. You'll see, let me zoom in here. You'll see some of those properties still owned to the center of the road, and some of them have dedicated that right-of-way because they have annexed in to connect to utilities already. So there's a mix of some that have dedicated and some that haven't throughout there, just based on who has annexed into the city at this point.
Are there, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Follow up. So I'm looking at the map. Oh, goodness. Okay, mine says page 527, same map that Councilman Haverfield has up. There's a little red like teardrop, says 216 North Midland Road on it.
Okay.
And right above there, it looks like, is that a canal that runs there, or is that a roadway?
This is a canal.
So yes, there is a canal that runs along the northwest east side of this property.
Parker, could you pull whatever they're talking about up on the screen so that we can all look at the same picture to have that discussion?
This is the canal.
So what is this?
This is a feeder. This is a feeder ditch.
But
And
what
this
is
as
this?
well. That's a ditch as well. That's above grade.
Okay.
But they could put that underground. You can always.
I have it here. Mayor, Councilman Levi, which page were you looking at?
So I'm on 527 is what mine says. And right above the little red teardrop where it says 216 North Middleton Road, it looks like a little ditch or something. And my question would be, and Councilman Haverfield was kind of counseling me, saying that it could be put underground. My concern is this: if we're already cutting off 75 feet into that property, is there extra footage that has to be allowed on either side of that ditch? So again, I'm saying, what is it that we're leaving these people with?
Mayor, Councilman Levi, the area that is cut out for the easement on the canals are, they are existing easements already owned by the underlying irrigation districts. So you have there behind the house, the large canal would be the Phyllis Canal. I don't know the names of the other canals that are running through there, but they have existing easements that are the jurisdiction of the irrigation district or the irrigation users for those canals. And unfortunately, we don't have records on what those easements may be.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Jerry, could you speak up just a little bit? We're unable to hear well. Go ahead. Let's try to, I'm not sure, are you muted or unmuted? We could hear you, but we just couldn't hear you well.
You might have to press *6 again.
Otherwise, can you just call into one of your phones and put him?
Mayor Kling, while they're getting that figured out, basically what we're being asked for tonight is just an annexation and a zoning request to RD. It has nothing to do with the potential development of the parcel at this point. It's just a request. I don't see a problem with granting that request since it is an annexation and zoning. So I think we're off into the weeds with this additional information that's being requested. The right-of-way, as stated by Daniel, is a common requirement that doesn't kick in until that is developed into something else. The landscape buffer, again, is a requirement of any development. So it's not unusual or cruel, I don't think. It's just what it is.
Okay. So,
Can you
Jerry?
hear me now? Am I on?
Yes, we can. So go ahead and finish your comment.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, as you can see, with the 75-foot right-of-way, which is what's being requested by the planning and zoning, that takes away approximately 40% of the property of the 2.5 acres that she has, which leaves nothing to develop because obviously the shape of the property doesn't allow for any growth if there were to be, an opportunity to subdivide it to create additional property tax or whatever. But it can severely limits her ability or her children to do anything with the property. And it's a grave concern. And I think everybody's in agreement with the 25-foot easement, which is a standard, and we're fine with that. But the 75-foot is just asking too much. I think if any of you own that property, you would certainly understand this perspective.
Thank you for that comment. So, council, do you have any questions for our applicant?
Daniel just had something. Mayor.
Okay, Daniel, do you have something different?
Rodney and I have been looking at the numbers. The right-of-way dedication that is requested is about 20% of the property by a gross square footage standpoint. It is a typical request, so it's not, the right-of-way dedication is not 75 feet, it's 50 feet and 20% of the property.
But then there is an additional 25-foot landscaping that is required.
And that probably needs to be clarified.
If they were to develop, as it stands right now with the annexation, nothing changes other than the ownership of the right-of-way. If they were to develop, at that point, they would need to follow the codes, which would require either a 20 or a 25-foot landscape buffer based on what they were developing.
Thank you. I think I understand that. Does any, Councilwoman Levi, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate what Councilman Haverfield said, is the request is specifically for annexation so the lady can hook up with the water. I don't have a problem with that. Where I was getting hung up was the recommended approval of conditions of approval, state, the following public street right-of-way shall be dedicated in North Middleton Road 50 foot total for section line. So because it's a condition of approval, that's where I was looking at. So I want her to be able to annex in, but we still have to give the 50-foot right away. And so that's where I was hung up on it.
I don't think we have to give the 50-foot. That's an additional condition of approval. What is customary is a 25-foot. It is not. Okay, so help me understand that. Because what the other ones were a 25-foot.
Mayor, Council, the properties to the north that had already annexed, they dedicated 50 feet. The 25 feet that I referenced was what is existing prescriptive right-of-way that is there in place now. So we are requesting an additional 25 feet above and beyond what is existing currently under state statute for Middleton Road.
Okay.
Mayor, and just to add on to that, the 25-foot landscape buffer, or 20, depending on what's being developed, is a part of the corridor beautification that we're trying to obviously create in the city of Nampa. That's a major arterial, Middleton Road is. And that's why the landscape buffer is important to be retained. That's what's directly to the south of this property. The continuation of it as it goes north, as future developments happen, will continue that beautification in line.
Thank you. I fully understand that, so thank you. So with this, if there are no further questions for our applicant or staff, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, so for council discussion, I'll just say, you know what, this is difficult because I know with staff, what I'm thinking does not fit with where we need to go. But I have to say, from a citizen perspective, it's very difficult when the city requirements actually cause a piece of property to almost be undevelopable. It's considerable limitations. And so with our beautification corridors, we can have a beautiful corridor, but you've got a citizen that really, it makes it very difficult to even develop the property due to the layout. Now, I'm sure they know that, and it's part of development, but I do struggle with the fact that our requirements make it difficult for a citizen to actually be able to develop that property. So I just have to say that as I sit here and think about it.
Mayor Kling. I'm willing to make a motion to see if it will receive a second. What we're being asked of tonight is, per our packet, is an annexation and a zoning request to RD for an existing single-family home and barn to connect to city water and sewer service, or water service. That's what we're being asked. What I'm going to do is make a motion that we grant that request and that we also include the recommended conditions of approval by staff. That's the motion.
Is there a second? Okay, with no second, then the question would be, is there a substitute motion?
I just wanted to clarify that this doesn't become undevelopable because of the zoning. So RD zoning would allow for a fourplex in this situation. So if they remained a fourplex, or they built a fourplex on this property eventually, they would not have to do the 25 dedication of right-of-way because they wouldn't have to split that, 25-foot landscaping buffer because it is on its own single property. So it does become, we have multiple properties like this throughout the valley, throughout our city, where they're difficult to develop, and the people and the value of the land is cheaper because of that. And so I think it is developable, especially as an RD zone. It depends on what the applicant eventually wants to do. And I would just personally agree with Councilman Haverfield that the request is for utilities here. And this is an opportunity for us to provide those services to them. They are requesting that of us at this time.
So Mayor, and I appreciate that so much, Rod.
Thank you.
That helps me tremendously. But what we hopefully what we do, and this is an example with Mr. Smith, is that because if I was in his position, I would want somebody like yourself or Daniel or whatever to educate me. Hey, yeah, it sounds like I can't do anything. No, you actually can, and these are the potential possibilities.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to talk with him.
So if Councilman Haverfield is willing to remake his motion, I will second it.
May I have a point of reference?
Yeah, actually,
Close the public hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, unfortunately, we've closed the public hearing, so we don't have the opportunity to at this time.
But there's
So-
still being discussion
Well,
brought forth, which
the only
really
reason-
didn't bring any clarification.
Let me
Okay,
provide the
so-
motion again then.
Yeah,
Okay, the motion I made was to allow the annexation and zoning to RD as requested for an existing single-family home and barn to connect to city water service with the recommended conditions of approval presented in our packet by staff.
Second.
so it's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mayor?
Yes.
I want to thank you, Rodney, for adding that, and that goes back to kind of a request I made maybe a couple years ago, that we have the the uses in that zoning included, because had I known that, I can't say that I would have seen that right offhand and said, oh, okay, I get this. But even our applicant was concerned about that condition because they were asking for a reduction, and so that was a very, very important piece of information for all of us. So thank you very much.
I agree with that comment, Rodney. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez? Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
That concludes our public hearings. So at this time, we're going to go back and we will start with staff report from Tom Points.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So I just have 2 items on the staff report, and that's right. I'll start with the airport land lease public hearing. In order to meet the deadlines for a public hearing notice, we're going to ask to put that back to December 21st meeting and repost it. So it was originally planned for the 7th. So we just want to make sure that we cover all the bases there with the posting, and we didn't quite make it. We weren't able to quite make the 7th. So the Airport Commission has provided a recommendation on the land leases, and you'll be able to hear that on the 21st. And the other item, super exciting news. I'm very pleased to announce Jeff Barnes has won the Compass Award, so our local MPO. He won the Leadership and Practice Professional Award from Compass. And Jeff's doing a great job in managing transportation, and it's really great to see others in the region recognize him as well, because I see it working with him on a daily basis. He's really done a lot of great things for Nampa on transportation. Now, when he was working in the assistant city engineer job, he's had tons of grants for bikes and PEDs and traffic signals, and then he moved into overseeing the fleet and the airport. And so fleet, he's looked at some processes and came up with some cost savings in the fleet. With that team and the airport, he's worked on the master plan and a business plan and a terminal plan. And then with taking on the program of transportation, that's a big program to manage and how to fund it. And he's been coming up with some really good options on how to move forward with transportation. It's been a big part of our impact fee change. So I'm real proud of what he's done, and he deserves this. So anyway.
So Mayor, does Compass present him with a Compass Cup, like a golf, cup or anything? I'm not seeing that.
Well, usually they do. If it wasn't for COVID, there'd be a luncheon.
Yeah, I like for him to receive something from Compass.
Yeah, he'll get a plaque, and anyway.
Congratulations.
But it'll be a virtual meeting, and yeah.
Congratulations.
Jeff,
Yeah.
that's right. We'll take him to lunch. Jeff, did you want to say anything while you're on?
No, thanks a lot, Tom. And no, I'm excited about where transportation's going. So it's a pretty cool honor, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Okay, that's it for me, unless you have questions for Public Works.
Well, that was easy. Oh, I could have let you share earlier.
You waited all
Oh,
night.
sorry.
It's not a
Appreciate your brevity.
Yes.
problem. Not a problem.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda, we've completed 5.1 and 5.2. So 5.3 was the appointment of Cindy Hartley to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to
So
finish. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Doug, if you want to make your way
Butchie?
down, do you want to? I'm sorry.
Butchie?
Oh, yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Thank you. Just in an effort to move things along, I was going to have Doug go ahead and head down and take his place at the podium so we can see him as he shares. The next action item is item 5.4 on the agenda. It's approving the allocation for the remainder of the coronavirus at CFAC, Financial Advisory Committee funds for public service labor offsets. So Doug will provide an update on a couple of things, and thank you, Doug.
So when I prepared this last week for the agenda, it was like shooting a moving target. And the data kept changing, so there's some updates that I wanted to give you that I can go over them on the screen. I'll send you a copy.
So while Doug is handing that out, I just want to commend Doug for his work. This has been an almost overwhelming burden to track this. He has been incredibly busy and has done an excellent job, but it has not been easy. And so Doug he's worked day and night. It's kind of like when he started here and he worked every weekend for the first 3 to 4 months, was working a lot, and he's been doing the same again. And so he's done an amazing job. So I just thought I'd say that while he's setting up.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. We are nearing the end of the CARES Act funding period, which went from March 1st until December 30th. The state has imposed their own deadline for all submissions to the state to be in by December 11th, which is this Friday, so that they can track, accumulate, and deal with whatever funds are left over. A couple of very important things that I will get to. I want to start off with, there are two major elements of the funding provided to the city. One, the largest bucket was the property tax public safety labor savings, the one we voted on a month or so ago, which was about a $9 million savings. That was the largest piece of the funding we received through the CARES Act. And the second was the allocation of $3.3 million. I want to start off first. This is part staff update and part action item. But this first section here, if you recall last year, pardon me, a couple months ago when we voted on the property tax initiative, we gave some round numbers of exactly what that savings might be per residence and per valuation. The sheet you have in front of you and the sheet up on the screen now is the feedback from Canyon County of exactly what the savings are per the average residence. I've taken and aggregated the data and summarized it into groupings. You can see there that I have grouped them into valuation ranges from 100,000 to 199, and so far on up to $600,000 and $699,000. The file that I received back from from Steve Onifray, and I appreciate his work on this, didn't easily allow me to distinguish between commercial and residential properties because the calculations were essentially the same, but these are primarily the residential properties here. So when we look at each of these, we can see that the very first thing we can notice is out on the very end on column R, the very outside edge, everybody received the same percentage allocation of the GPSI, 0.12% of your assessed valuation. That's what was given back to everybody based on their assessed valuation. So from a $100,000 to a $199,000 home, that averages per residence, there's 6,151 residents that fit that criteria, $103. Stepping up to $200,000 to $299,999, the savings is $172.99. And the third category, $300,000 to $399,999, is $279.08. And you can see those first three categories are by far the largest categories of residential properties in the city. And I wanted to give you an update of that so you understand exactly where those savings were going to for this year when they show up. The county had a difficult time software-wise getting the assessments to reflect the savings as a single line item on the property tax assessments. It is built in, but it does not show up as a single reference. The mayor and Amy are working on communication to help people understand what the savings is for the residents of the city. But I wanted to share this with you, what the savings were for each of the residents. Moving on, would you go to the Word document, please? I would like to go over to the Word document. This is the second sheet. And when I put this one together, I was still in the process of submitting requests for the CFAC. That's the committee for at the state that authorizes and approves the funds. A couple of things for clarity to understand here with this that have become very important to the various cities who are applying for these funds. There will be no second bite at this particular apple. It is, once this one is done, there may be a second round of legislation that's working its way through Congress in Washington now, totally separate from this one. Once this one is done at 12:30, it is done, it is dead, it turns into a pumpkin on 12:30. There is nothing left of this one. Any funds that the cities and municipalities or other agencies who received an allocation who are not used and submitted to the state by 12/1 will be repurposed by the state for use elsewhere within the state. Meaning if we choose not to spend it or allocate it, somebody else in the state will get that funds in some other fashion. It will go somewhere. It will not be given back to the federal government. And the fourth thing is, to the extent we can use this properly, we can avoid, and we have been able to avoid costs that eventually we would have had to put the burden directly on Nampa City taxpayers to fund. That's not the intent, but it is a byproduct that helps us deal with some of the challenges. So what I wanted to share is the generalized status of where we're at in terms of what we've applied for and what's left over. As indicated, we received an allocation of $3.3 million, or exactly $3,313,900. We have submitted and received approval for general reimbursements, which is PP&E, cleaning, other generalized expenses that are cost. The dividers that you have there here, the dividers out in utility building and over at the development services building, the MERV filtration filters, the masks, all the gloves and everything else, $333,000. Infrastructure, phone system, audio system, computers and laptops and remote access, $395,000. And probably one of the ones that I really appreciate the most is the municipal small business grant. These are $442,000 of grants that we have passed directly through to small businesses in Nampa for their use to meet their needs. This took an intense amount of work to get this done. The state imposed incredible process regulations on this, and it took dedication by myself, by Robin Sellers, and a team of people to get this off the ground. But that's probably the one I'm most proud of, is being able to pass through $442,000 of cost directly to Nampa citizens.
So Mayor Doug, may I just ask,
Yeah.
so how many small, was that 10,000 or 15,000?
Well, we had a generalized cap of 15,000, but we took one exception for the Boys and Girls Club of Nampa, which was about $200,000. And then we had about, I guess, 15 to 20 other businesses who applied and received anything from $1,000 to $15,000 in funding.
So the number of businesses total, do you happen to have that off?
Beth is right here. She's right behind you. Do you know what that number?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Beth.
And Beth and Robin have been fantastic to work with. Every time I've had to come back and say, guess what, the state wants something new, they've been right on top of it. So we've been able to process this. We are still in the process of funding some of that, but we will get all the money out before the 12/30 deadline. Public safety, fire and police are the primary users of that, with fire receiving a fair amount of equipment and protective gear and the sprayers and the foggers and those things we use to help the first responders protect themselves and the people they respond to. They received $327,000. Remote access, probably this is where the computers and all the systems we had purchased to facilitate city employees who cannot work in the office because of the infection potential, the $182,000. And then the last one, COVID test. And just last week, this is what kind of drove it up. After I submitted the first report to you, I received the notification back from Blue Cross, and I had been working with them on this, but I didn't realize it was going to be this much. The cost to the city healthcare system for treating and testing our employees and their families from March 1 to 10/31 was $162,000 in costs paid directly out of our healthcare trust. And that was a significant impact that we dropped in. And the rest of it will be the COVID-19. One of the things the CARES Act did was that it mandated that everybody if you were an employee with less than 500, you could qualify for 80 hours of credit per employee, but it also neglected to fund that for cities and municipalities. It said, so we had to pay it, but it didn't fund us. So then we had to turn back to the CARES Act, the CPAC request, say the federal government requires we do this, and then they funded us back to the CPAC. That was about $80,000 alone just for our sick time of people who took time off. So if you add the sick time to the healthcare cost, you're almost $250,000 in cost just in those aspects for the COVID-19. Now that's $202.1 million. The remainder, what I thought about when I put this together was there is the Canyon County received approval from the CFAC committee to fund their upgrade of the communication system, the radios for all of Canyon County. And we were going to try and work our approval in the same fashion, because since they're upgrading, we have to upgrade our phone system, our radios, or we will not be able to communicate throughout Canyon County. But after further consideration, I think the best thing to do, and this is what is the recommendation of the state, and the conference call we had on Friday, they basically said that based on the updated guidance from Treasury and the Office of Inspector General in Washington, D.C., the area they know is a solid way for cities to leverage the remainder of their funds is to essentially replicate the request that we did for the at the very beginning, which was the property tax request, only it would leave out the property tax component. We would just do the public safety portion, and we could fund more public safety labor for fire and police, which is completely approved and acceptable. And they've even sent me an example of one city, Lewiston, who did this, and they submitted theirs for $600,000 to fund their public safety labor. completely aside from the payroll, the property tax initiative. So what I'm proposing is that we take off the Motorola communication system and let that one flow through the normal course of council activity and system activity, but submit to change the remainder of our public safety laboring to be inclusive of the difference between 2.1 and 3.3, or about $1.2 million. I still have one or two additional items to fit in, so it might end up being down about $1 million, and submit that to the state for a reimbursement of our public safety labor costs, and use that to leverage the remainder of our funds for the city of Nampa. And that is my request back to the city council here, is to authorize me to proceed with that final request to leverage the complete amount in order to benefit the city.
Yes.
This goes back to COVID payroll
Mhm.
are the insurance companies going to waive COVID testing fees associated in their actuarial?
If we weren't self-insured, they would, but we are self-insured, so that cost is borne directly by the city.
How do you think that will reflect in premiums?
Well, it's not a significant amount of our premiums. Even if you take $162,000, our one pay period premiums deducted from our payroll in one period are $265,000 for one period. We have 26 periods per year, so it's a fairly small amount. We have substantial reserves in our health trust that are probably a nice comfort in case we do have any major claims, but they won't really drive our costs up per se by themselves. But if we have this in combination with a number of serious claims happen next year, it could start to draw down our fund. No, yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? Doug, thank you. I appreciate your report. Thank you for your work.
Yes.
And so what Doug is looking for is just the approval to submit for its $1,201,013, I think, if I did my math correctly, to go ahead and submit that to the state for reimbursement.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Excuse me 1 minute. When you were talking, I was figuring some numbers. If you don't mind, if I could have them.
Yes, please do.
clarify. Okay, so what we're trying to do, you said 1.2 million, but actually, if you add both of those numbers up, 720, 300, and 480, 713, it's actually 2.4 million. But we want to take 1.2 million, right?
It's 1.2.
1.2. So if you take the difference between the 2,112,000 and 3313, that's $1.2 million, which is the addition of the 720 and the 480,000.
Oh, that's what you do. Okay, I
Yeah.
got you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve Doug to move forward with the request of $1,201,013 for reimbursement for CARES Act funding for public safety labor reimbursement in the communications.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mucci.
Yes.
Doug, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your work on it. Thank you. Item 5.5 is an action item. This is to approve the contract with ZGA Architects for design services through design development for the Nampa Rec Center expansion project. This is approved in the FY 20 and 21 budget and is approved by legal.
Mayor and Council,
Yes.
I'd stand for any questions, but let me tell you a little bit about this. We went out to a request for qualifications. In fact, Councilman Haverfield was part of the selection process. And we went out for a full design package, but then we got to looking at what it would cost for the remodel. of the building, and we decided that we just wanted to take the design services through design development, which is about 35% of a whole design. What that will give us, it will give us a pretty solid cost estimate, so we'll be able to plan for when we should start construction documents and when we should start construction based on the current funding that the Recreation Center is able to put together in the next few years.
Thank you. And you know what, since my screen went black, I need to go back into my agenda. Can you remind me what that dollar amount
Oh, the
was
dollar
for that?
amount
And
is,
typically, it should be on
The
here.
request is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with ZGA Architects for design services through design development for the Nampa Recreation Center expansion project, not to exceed the total contract amount of $176,451.88. And the contract will be funded from the FY20 and FY21 budget. And the item was reviewed by legal.
Thank you.
So Mayor, if I may, Councilman Haverfield, you were on this committee and you feel good about this price?
Well, I wish it was me, but,
No, that's not what I asked.
well,
But just in case you wondered.
yeah, in case you wanted to know,
Well,
yeah.
I think I already knew that.
Yeah. All I can speak to at this point is the process. I think it was fair, and there were, how many, 8 firms that were interviewed?
Right.
And ZGA by far was the leader in the process. I actually worked for ZGA for 8 years. I know them well. They're a good, very good firm, very well run, worth the money. Again, I hope as we move forward, there's the potential, instead of a design build approach, maybe there might be a design bid, or a design build approach. Can they work that with these first 2 phases, that maybe you could go with a design build?
I believe we can go to design development services, and if we wanted to.
Instead of bidding at
if we
yeah.
wanted to switch horses or switch delivery method, we could switch delivery method on that. One thing, just so you know, I mean, we originally were looking around a $5 million project cost, and 35% of that is at a 10% fee, is this $176,000.
Yeah.
So I feel confident that we have, they came in much higher, and we negotiated down to what we felt was reasonable to get us into a decent set of DD drawings with an estimate.
So Mayor, were you going to say something else?
No, I was just going to say, I think the value is what it is. I think it's been vetted. They've been asked to come down, so they've done that. Being a design professional, looking at them as from a competitive standpoint, sure, they could have come down a little bit more, but they do a good job at what they do, and they're providing a service that the city will appreciate, I think, long-term. I think the fact that you're going to a point and stopping, that always gives you the ability at that point in time to maybe switch horses or to switch directions. And there's different ways to skin the cat, but at this point in time, the effort that they'll be putting into as-built drawings, looking at the facility, and again, it's a difficult facility because there is dehumidification needs within the facility. It's going to take a good effort on their part to do it right. I'd prefer it was an Napa-based firm, but there wasn't one as far as involved in the process.
And they are from where?
Boise.
Okay. Mayor, I'm going to make the motion then that we authorize you to sign a contract with SGA Architects for design and services through design development for the Nampa Rec expansion project, not to exceed $176,451.88.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
And clarification, Patrick, that's a stipulated sum, correct? It's not not a time and materials.
No, it is stipulated.
Stipulation,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.6 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement for third-party plan review services with Safe Built, not to exceed $45,000. This is approved in FY21 budget.
So move.
Second.
And again, for clarification, Mayor, this is the time and materials not to exceed amount, correct?
Yes. Well,
Correct.
according to this.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hachi? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Is that it? Okay, item 5.7 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a contract amendment with Electrical Controls and Instrumentation LLC for additional third-party electrical inspection services for the Amazon Building and Conveyance System projects in the amount of $37,775.
I'll make the motion, Mayor, to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it. Thank you. Item 5.8 is an action item. This is a subdivision short plat approval for Fall River South in a community business zoning district at 980 South Rising Sun Drive. This is for 6 commercial lots and 1 common lot on 4.64 acres for Mason and Associates, Will Mason, representing Epic Development, Idaho.
So move.
Second.
Second was Victor.
Is that with conditions of approval?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve it with conditions of approval. Is there any further discussion? Roll call. Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item, and this is the subdivision short plat approval for District 208 in a community business zoning district at 1509 Caldwell Boulevard. This is for division into 5 commercial properties for NV5 Bonnie Layton, representing Rhino Develop Holdings, Nampa LLC.
Mayor Kling, I have a question.
Okay.
I will not be supporting this. One of the reasons why is, and Beth, I think I'm going to ask you a question on this also, is that we've been led down the Primrose Road here with this Rhino Holdings in Nampa, and I think we initially, when we first initially was approached by them to the Karcher Mall area, we were given a bill of sale that it was going to be a different aspect, a different furnishings of businesses there, and they haven't come through. They have gotten, now we have a storefront with a storage unit and an apartment complex. So the question I have for you is this, since the NDC gave them a tax reimbursement of 1.5 million, they were supposed to pay 308,000, I think, 309,000, and that down the road it'd be a total of $30 million. Now I see what they're doing. They're breaking up this parcel, which is the Karcher Mall, and subdividing it out. I guess that's the best word I can think of. So are we in a liability issue here that they are circumventing us here? Or is this something that I shouldn't even be concerned about? But I just think we got, I don't feel good on this one.
Mayor and Council, I have not talked to them specifically about the purpose of the short plat process. However, with their whole development plan, which has not changed to my understanding, is what they had presented with the NDC board, which is their $30+ million investment. They provided their site plan to the board, which has not changed. And they had their building permit process into the city. So I know that we've sent back some corrections that I think we're still waiting on final approval to issue their building permit for all of the apartment buildings and whatnot. And I know that they were phasing their construction as such that they would have all the construction on site. So they got the demolition part done. They did do the development of the pad site out front. And then as they get their permitting, they're moving forward with the rest of it. So from NDC's perspective, they don't pay anything to them until they have done their investment and they have paid their taxes for
Right,
it. So then they get reimbursed back to that. And they have to demonstrate documentation on the expenses that they had for the infrastructure that's eligible for that reimbursement expense. So I don't feel like their plans have changed. I don't feel like their commitment to investment has changed. So I don't know if that
Yeah,
answered your question.
when I think the, when we went to the open house, I guess, or the groundbreaking, that I heard something different. But, you know, the thing about it is that by selling each parcel now, or each lot separately, does that exclude them from paying whatever NDC agreement? Or
Mayor and Council, I don't think that they would anticipate selling those lots at this point. I mean, they are probably going through this process that at some point in the future they could, but I believe that their intention is to hold those and do their full construction and build out.
I
So
see.
the agreement is between Rhino and NDC. So if they
Right.
don't pay the taxes, they don't receive the
yeah,
reimbursement.
well, thanks for that clarification.
And Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, and Councilman Haverfield can speak to it, but I feel at this point in time that we are secure,
Okay, thank you.
so.
Thank you for answering those questions. So with that, this is an action item, and it does require action. So what would the will of the council be?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to, let me find myself again. This was 5-9?
5-9, yes.
Okay. Yes, that we would grant the subdivision short plat approval for District 208 as requested in our packet with conditions of approval.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 510 is an action item. This is determination to close approximately 100 feet of Wall Street Alley south from First Street to vehicular traffic in accordance with an alternative traffic plan. And Beth, thank you for being here and waiting so long this evening.
No problem. Mayor and Council, and Daniel's going to tag team this with me a little bit. And your council packets is a staff report with a little bit of history and some graphics on the Wall Street project. In 2017, the city went through kind of a planning process with a lot of stakeholders in downtown in looking at the extension of Wall Street, where it is today near the Long Branch and Pre-Funk, and to kind of going further south all the way to 3rd Street. So some efforts have been made on kind of the implementation of that plan that was done in 2017. You can see in my notes that just on some of the private redevelopment that's been done, there's a mural now on the backside of Stella's that was really designed as part of this long-term vision. Mesa Tacos, when they went in, they designed their alley frontage with their windows and a doorway access in hopes that this would someday move forward. And now we have the development of 224 12th Avenue, I'm sorry, that was the wrong one, on 1211 First Street South, which is the old bookstore building that is under design and renovation, will be starting this spring. And they are interested in having their alley, or the alleyway, be front doors to businesses, just like it is on the Long Branch building across the street. And so that's why we're here before you today in terms of kind of phasing in what this long-term looks like for Wall Street. Obviously, to make that really a pedestrian corridor for that component and having access into businesses, the best case is to not have traffic there. And so for them to be able to plan and how they align that building, we would need a determination from council on what to do with the traffic for that component. What we've kind of proposed in your staff report is the potential to essentially close about 100 feet of Wall Street to pedestrian traffic, very similar to how it is on the north side of First Street. And because the city owns the parking lot that is right along 2nd Street there, the stadium lot, we would be able to create kind of a new traffic pattern. So we would still allow full access to the property owners who have private parking behind their buildings off of the alley, and then for access into that parking lot. So I'll turn it over to Daniel to just kind of explain further.
So Mayor and Council, up on the screen, we've got the block that we're talking about here. This portion here between the old yesteryear and then where Mesa is, is the portion that we would be closing. This area in blue would be strictly local traffic for the adjacent parcels. And then the traffic pattern for the alley would come in, and then we'd have to take out a couple of parking stalls here. Depending on what the size of the delivery trucks are, will determine how many parking stalls have to come out for them to be able to make that movement. And they would go back out through the existing drive aisle there by Darlene's, back out to Third.
So Mayor, Beth, my understanding is that Jay Schneider has talked to all these businesses. There were a couple concerned initially, but as far as you can verify that at this point in time, they're on board?
Mayor and council, he has had individual conversations, as well as we had kind of a stakeholder meeting where we invited everyone to attend in October, and had some decent turnout and some good conversation. And then we've had follow-up communication out to the BID mailing list and meetings with those folks. The only concerns that we have at this point is just one of the business owners wanted to make sure that Mesa didn't necessarily monopolize both corners of their building. So as we look at our outdoor dining permit, one of the changes that we'll be looking to make is that you're only allowed to have one. So whether you want your outdoor dining on, if you have two sides of a block, even on any of the corners, that you would be limited to just one component. So, but that's really kind of the only concerns that we've heard.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Beth, the stakeholders in their conversation as far as delivery access of product and then fire engine access, what was the determination? Would there be a turnaround in the alley, or would there be removable bollards to allow those vehicles to go ahead and continue across to First Street, or to Second Street, I mean?
Mayor and council, on the pedestrian-only zone, the concept plan calls for removable bollards. And I know that fire has participated in our conversations with us and felt like access was still there because you have First Street and then coming in on the other side.
So what about trash pickup and delivery?
On the trash pickup, the concept plan contemplates actually moving the trash pickup into a more centralized location near the Stampede lot. And so those are kind of ongoing discussions on kind of moving those dumpsters further towards Second Street. And then on the delivery side for the Cisco trucks, they're mostly using the streets today anyways because of the size of vehicles that they're sending down.
So Mesa Taco, as an example, they feed through their front door off of the main street. Okay, so I was just thinking if the intent was for vehicles to transfer through that pedestrian-only zone with tables and chairs set up, it'd be difficult, obviously, to have to remove those out of the way to be able to get the vehicle to go by. Bollards would be there, obviously, for fire engine access to get through there, but that would be a worst-case scenario where they had to be back there for a reason. So, okay, as long as you've covered that, or somebody's covered it with the stakeholders.
Are there any other questions for Beth?
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the closure of approximately 100 feet from south from First Street to vehicle traffic in accordance with the alternative traffic plan that we have been presented with.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling, just for clarification, we're looking at Phase 1A, 1B, and 2. Is the motion for 1A, or is it for just the whole concept of being able to close off 100 feet?
My understanding was it's the whole concept, but
Okay.
if I need to amend.
Beth, can you be clear as far as on what the intent is?
Mayor and council, the intent is really that 100 feet and kind of that direction today. So in the graphic where it had the different 1A and further phases, that was kind of from our initial how the project could be phased overall. But we're really just focused on that project area in orange, which is in that traffic diagram that Daniel showed you.
Okay.
That 100 feet would just be that area in orange then?
Okay.
I will maintain the motion I made then.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Beth, thank you for being here tonight. Sorry it's such a late night, but thank you. Good job. Item 511 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the memorandum of land lease agreement for Mad River LLC for lot 2018 at the Nampa Municipal Airport. This was reviewed by legal and approved as in the packet.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 512 is an action item, and this is to request the council to consider and decide whether to grant the public sidewalk deferral requested by Mahalia, I'm not going to get that last name, for the property located at 2229 Ventura Drive, or to require sidewalk installation per city code as a condition of the property development.
So question, my understanding, there's no further sidewalk on either side of this property?
No.
Okay, so I will make the motion, and then with the understanding that once development is in the future, that they would be required to do so.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I just want to make
Yes.
sure I understood the motion, so that this person will be required to put in the sidewalk. It's not going to default back to the city of Nampa.
That was my intent of the motion.
Thank you.
So we're granting the temporary deferral until which time the adjoining property owners are required to put it in, and then they will be required at their expense.
Correct.
Yes. So is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 513 is an action item. This is to request council to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the lab equipment procurement project, which is the flow injection analyzer for environmental compliance with FIA Lab Instruments in the amount of $78,690. This was approved in the FY20 budget, and it has been reviewed and approved by legal.
And Mayor, with the understanding this is going to save us money in the long run, I will make the motion that we accept the amount.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 514 is an action item, and this is to award the bid to Thusen Construction and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the crushed aggregate for chip seal for FY21 projects in the amount of $231,600, and this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 515 is an action item, and this is to authorize installation of a no parking zone along the landscaping islands within cul-de-sacs in the Vista Ridge subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 516 is an action item, and this is to authorize the installation of no parking zone on the south side of Cherry Lane from Midland Boulevard to the west boundary of the villages at the Nampa Apartments.
I may go ahead, Dan, just question after you.
Mayor, we've received a number of complaints from the residents in the Steel Falls subdivision regarding the parking on the south side of Cherry by the new residents there in the parking complex. They've sent some pictures along that were included in the packet. As you can see, the truck on the first picture, they are parking closer than they should be to the approaches, causing a vision issue. And so we have looked at it and recommend designating that as no parking. Our original recommendation was just to assign no parking to the south side of the road there. We had some additional communication from the apartment management staff on Friday with concerns regarding equity in allowing the properties on the north to still park along the streets versus them not being allowed to. There are a couple of properties, there are 3 properties within the city's jurisdiction there that 2 residentials and a undeveloped one that will be coming forward here soon with the plat application on it. We contacted one of those property owners. He was well in favor of not allowing parking on the north side as well. The other property owner, we were unable to get a phone number and contact, but as we went out and looked at the property, they've already installed some tape and stuff to stop people from parking in front of theirs. The neighbor that we did talk to said he knew them well and they would be fully in favor of allowing a no parking on both sides. And so we would amend our request to request a no parking zone on both the north and south side of Cherry from Midland to Steel Falls.
So Mayor, thank you, Daniel, for listening to the citizens. I know there was maybe a couple that were not as kind as they could have been, but thank you for listening, and I will make the motion that the both north and south sides have no parking.
And I'll second that.
Okay, and Sandy, you also second?
Oh.
I think so. Yeah, you can have it. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Mm-hmm.
Danielle, our packet does say there should be ample parking for the apartments there, so.
Mayor, Councilman Mucci, they provided more than the minimum required parking for that complex per city code, yes.
And again, I think you said this, but the management understands that we're doing this, correct?
I have spoken to them, and then they emailed again on Friday with the concerns about equity on the north and south side. And so I've committed that we'll communicate back to them of when the street department will be putting those signs up, if approved, so that they can let their residents know as well.
Daniel, I appreciate the communication. Thank you. And this is one that I think about safety. I think it's a safety issue because you can have a much better sight line without the cars there, especially if someone comes walking between them. So thank you for the communication. It's appreciated. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 517 is an action item to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign the task order amendment with Murray Smith for CE&I services in the amount of $143,609 for the Birch Redundant Force Main project. This has been reviewed and approved by legal, and it is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
did I miss something? I thought 517 and 518 had been removed.
518 and 519.
Oh, on 19, okay, thank you.
So any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So 518 and 19 have been reviewed. 520 is an action item to consider and take action on a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a First Amendment to the Agreement of Annexation Plan, the property transfer, and the Agreement of Operations and Interagency Services Contract with the Nampa Fire Protection District, which corrects the listed MAP fund balance and extends the performance deadline for transfer of property to the district.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
So 521 is done. We've completed our public hearings, and that takes us over to Section 7 on the agenda, which is unfinished business. Our first action item is 7.1 on the agenda, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution approving updates to the City of Nampa Employee Handbook. I believe the information was in the packet, and so stand for a motion to approve that, and we can get it done.
I'll make,
It's been moved by Gene Muncy and seconded by Victor Rodriguez.
Okay.
That was fast. Okay, is there? There's a third. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes. I'm smiling at Chief Huff because of all nights. It's at the end of the agenda and you got to stay here all evening. And then be at work early in the morning. Yep. Okay, 7.2 is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of the land use table in City Code Title 10.3.2, removing storage, including RV space rental as conditionally permitted use in the residential, professional, freeway business, gateway business 1, gateway business 2, industrial park, and light industrial zones, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 10.3.2 of the Nampa City Code containing the land use table for the city of Nampa, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor Gilling, I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 7.3 is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of City Code 10.1.19 related to professional public storage facility design and setback regulations, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Section 10.1.19 of the Nampa City Code relating to the professional public self-storage facility design regulation, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
I'll make the motion under suspension of rules, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Jean. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Section 8 are pending ordinances, just so that we can track what's ahead of us, and we have no executive session, so I would stand for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can't we just make up an executive session?
Oh, no.
And you know what? We made it done before 11.